This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Good afternoon from the European Cricket Network. We are at the Malta International Cricket Ground for this international series. I'm Rico Full and we get ready to bring you the final day of action, match number 3, and it's the decider between Estonia and Malta. Welcome back. Quality cricket and top level entertainment is what these two teams provided us with yesterday. What a day it was. Malta winning the first match, and we thought, well, maybe Malta are going to continue to show their superiority over Estonia in this tour, but it wasn't to be. Estonia did come back in the second match, but what a match it was. It swung around like roundabouts, didn't it? It was up and down. It was a bit of a roller coaster ride, a real tug of war. Malta putting 200 on the board. Estonia made a brilliant start, but then Malta came back and took control, only for Estonia then to look like they were going to win it. It was theirs to lose, but the thing was, they nearly did lose it, but they needed a miraculous finish there towards the end when their hero, Ilyas Hassan, went out, needing 7 of 2 balls, smashes a big 6 down the ground, and then hits the winning run off the last ball. Well, that sparked a frenzy of celebrations, of course, from the Estonian players, and I think from all the neutrals globally around the world, because what that meant is that we come back today and it's winner takes all in this third match. There's plenty of players that put on some very good performances. I'll talk about them a little bit later, but first, why don't we join Arslan and Varun, the two captains, in the middle for the coin toss.
Tails.
It's tails. Estonia won the toss. Yeah, they're bowling. Yeah, Estonia won the toss and they elected to field. Thank you.
Arslan Amjad winning the toss and deciding that he will continue to do what he feels is best, and that's to put Malta into bat. It did work for him on one occasion yesterday, and he's hoping that in this decider it can work again for him. Let's take a look back at that wonderful day yesterday and talk about some of the top performers. Firstly, the home side. Well, Mahbub Ali making his international debut. It could have started tragically. He could have had a golden duck and he could have had a second ball duck, but in fact, both chances he gave were dropped, and you know what? He started with back-to-back 50s. We know he's a top player. If he gives you a chance, you got to take it. Estonia have to take note. But also the other debutant who played very well yesterday was Pushparajan. Scored a 29, scored a 30. He was good with the ball as well. But I still think that he has more to give. Varun Prasad, the captain, was in good form. We like the bowling there of Jaswinder Singh. But David Marks was the pick of the bowlers for them. He picked up 3 for yesterday. With Estonia, Stefan Gooch was in good form. You expect him to be with the bat and with the ball. But then also, I think my player of the day yesterday was probably Stuart Hook. Scored a 40 in the first match and then came back with a very fine half century, an important one in the second. And of course, he put a great partnership together with the captain, Arslan Amjad, who also found his form, scoring that very important half century. With the ball, Pranay Giwala was at his best, getting that ball to move around. He'll be hoping that it will be doing the same today. Today, a different day, and I think it could be a different hero. Ilyas Hassan was the hero yesterday, but I do still believe that both teams have got players that have underperformed. With Estonia, I think Sahil Chauhan, it's time that we see what he's made of. If he clicks here today, then Estonia could very much win this series in this decider. On the side of Malta, Eldos Matthews, it hasn't been the best of starts for him, but we know he's a quality player. Will he come back strong? But I do also believe, as I said earlier, that Pushparajan could be the key in this one as well. Well, I'm on my own today. We're going to wish Tina safe travels as she makes her way to Greece. And of course, we hope she has some good performances there in the next few days that are coming up. But join me in the commentary position, and I'll start by giving you a rundown of the two squads getting ready for the all-important first ball.
Bonjour and good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to the beautiful island of Malta, composed of 7 islands, by the way, and it's an absolute beautiful place to be. Unfortunately, it's our last day here, but no doubt we will be returning. Let's take a look at some of those big contests that we saw yesterday. 199 proved to be too much for Estonia in match number 1. Varun Prasad was the player of the match with a 63 of 39 deliveries. Mahbub Ali, though, also getting in the runs after being dropped on the Golden Duck. And Pushparajan, a nice 29 for him on debut as well. Rocky Dinesh did fire in both matches, but did find a way to get out. Good batting from Stuart Hook, but wasn't enough to stop Malta winning by 26 runs. Second match, it was another 200 score posted, 202. Mahbub Ali's got back-to-back half centuries after being dropped again on 0. Jaswal Singh made a 40, Pushparajan 35, but Pranay Giwala 3 for 33. But then came the fight from Estonia, led of course first by Stefan Gooch, who kept them in it in the first sort of 10 overs. Then Ahsan Amjad and Stuart Hook took over, both scoring half centuries, but they had a wobble, but they needed a hero, Hassan, to come and win it for them. So this is the way it looks, as you can see, very similar. I mean, look at that, even the net run rate is absolutely identical. So 2 for 2, but of course, forget down net run rate. Whoever wins this one will be the winners of this T20 International Series. And we know it's an important one for Estonia, simply because we do know that on points in the rankings, they are above Malta. So Malta would have really picked up a lot of brownie points yesterday with that first win. Estonia winning the second, which according to the rankings you'd expect, but they would not want to go down in this one. So a big one now coming up, and we're going to see that with the ball. It is yesterday's heroes to start things off. It's Ilyas Hassan, ready to bowl the first, and he's going to be bowling to Rocky Dinesh. And how about that for a change? And Imran Amir into the side, and he's elevated to the opening role. Now, I did see Imran Amir smashing a few balls around in the nets, and I tell you, that is a real surprise for me. That's a great start from Ilyas. Also want to give you an update on Stefan Gooch. I know that Gucci yesterday, he hurt his thumb pretty badly. I think it was when he was going for a run out, and he wedged his finger between the ball and the stump, and he's got a nasty swollen thumb. You can see his nail is really swollen up. I got a chance to see it this morning, but he is playing. You know what, he's a trooper, as that one gets hit away for a big 6. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Gimna Sona Shaka Lagya. Rocky Dinesh, he's made starts in both the matches and getting into the 20th and find a way to get out. I know yesterday was very disappointed when he sort of chipped one to the player on the offside, so he wants to get a big innings in here. Yes, so Stefan Gooch, keep an eye out for him. Hopefully, I know he's brave, he's a real trooper, and he just said to me, he said, I've got to play this match, we've got to win it, I've got to play it. So he is playing, but like I said, he does have an injury to that thumb. And I'm quite amazed actually that he batted for it yesterday. Well, that one's gone into the archery zone. And while we wait for that, yeah, let's talk about the opener here, Imran Amir. Now, Imran Amir didn't even feature hardly with the bat for Swehi United. Now, whether it was through availability or not, he didn't play all the games for them in that European Cricket Series. He was hardly the pick of the bowlers or the batters, and yet here he is, strangely enough maybe, opening the batting for the national side, Malta. So let's see how he fares. And I'm gonna look at my box of tricks as this is played out in the offside for a single to see if I can even see if Imran Amir has played a T20 international before. And there he is. I'll click on his mugshot, and I'll click on this. As Hassan gets ready to go, and yeah, he has played. He's played in 2022 against Portugal, scored 31 not out, was his best, and also in 23 against Romania, 46 not out, and he's taken actually 13 wickets in T20 international. So it's not new, he's not a newbie. Gone full straight. Well, Imran Amir, all the practice in the world this morning as he was crashing the ball all over the place. But the only thing that's crashing now is his stumps. Timber as the stumps go knocking down. The stumps go for a walk. Down they go. And Ilyas Hassan picks up the crucial wicket. So the plan, the move to go with Imran Amir at the top of the order backfires. It's going to be a golden duck for Imran, and that of course means a little bit of the old... We do normally have the ducks on the screens, but they are, I'm told, having a makeover. And they were hugging him yesterday, and they're hugging him again. And I'm liking this move as well by Aslan Amjad, the captain. Just says, I'll do something different. I won't go with Giwala, I won't go with Gucci. Gucci, of course, the hand is an issue. So maybe if he does bowl, it's only if they need him to. So Imran Amir departs. A new batter comes out. It's Pushparajan. It's well bowled. Just tries to sneak this one through as well. Which is a good, very good straight delivery. Imran Amir will have to go. 37 years of age, I think, Imran Amir is. And that was the one thing that myself and Tina were discussing yesterday, not just about Malta, is that going down the leg side, but almost, I think the worry here for Priyan is he almost pads it back onto his own stumps. He's definitely going down the leg side. Probably a missed shot from Priyan is one that he would normally put away, but look how close that ball then bounces back towards the stumps. 7 for 1 at the end of the first in this all-important contest between these two teams. I want to say a very good morning to everybody in the chat. Of course, cricket not just from here today. I know that things are happening there in Jersey. The Yorkshire Cricket College are about to take on the firepower of the Spitfires. Spitfires will be batting first in that match number 12. And I think earlier today we saw Eastern Royals quite easily beat the Yorkshire Cricket College 169 to 109. There's also matches from Belgium tonight. So stay with us for, once again, I like to call it a multi-event day on the European Cricket. Now, well, Stefan Gooch, if you thought he was going to be rested a little bit, well, he's not. He's going to bowl the second over. He had a kind of a mixed day with the ball yesterday. I think he starts with this one, just gets played away. 50% of his overs were very, very tiny and economical. Remember, he finished match 1 with the last over just going for 3, and he picked up 3 wickets. But he had gone for 44 in the first 3 overs. It's a little bit wide, and the umpire says it's okay. And I think Gucci actually thought that was a wide as well. And you see, he's just saying to the umpire, Vinay, it was there or thereabout, right? And Vinay says, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. One's a little bit straighter, and Rocky Dinesh just pushes that down. Eldas Matthew is in the side, but electing to have him maybe come down a little bit later this time. So they have gone with Priyan at number 3. Well, drags this across the line. It's not the finest of looking shots from Rocky, but he will get a boundary. When he's going, Rocky, he looks magnificent, doesn't he? He plays some lovely shots. And he looks dangerous, but he finds a way to get out. I suppose you could say the same about both of these batters. One of them would like to go big here today. There's no doubt about it. Next one from Steph. That's played nicely out on the offside. Should be just a single. These two, if they want to hustle, I'm pretty sure they can to convert those ones into twos. Chris Smith, good morning to you. Let's go. Who's the first name I have up there? I think it might have been Chris. Thomas Martinez. Hello to you. Very good afternoon to John Heacham. Yeah, so used to saying good morning on the first matches. Emmanuel Robbins is in there as well. Lithium. All looking forward to not just action from here, but I think most people have got their split screens on. Monica Ramos, buenas tardes to you. And that's up in the air, wide off the field. Who's out there? There's a good shot. It gets it in the gap. Can't go too straight on it. And that's nicely played. Chris Smith saying another hour, then he'll have to get ready for work. But he does have Malta up as well as Jersey. I think a lot of people will be doing that today, Chris. Nice looking shot to end the over. And better over there this time round. As we see that table once again, I mean, have a look at the net run rate. So one is plus 6.25, beg your pardon, the other one was minus 6.25. I just saw the numbers, I forgot to see the plus and the minus sign. Yeah, 16 on the board. Hassan checks the field. He's got a boundary rider right square and one right at the opposite end to him. And on the offside. Just nice ball darted into him and he just plays that away quite nicely. Just checks his field. Arslan now goes back here to Priyan. It's a strategy that they've had to him, but he gets tested with a short one. And he probably hopes that he kept the field as it was. I don't think that was on the card. I think that just maybe that's something that they've worked on. I think this could be a tactic where Arslan says, look, I'm going to make it quite obvious that we move me back and bring that man on the boundary in. Then I want you to bang it in. Let's see if we surprise him. But Priyan, he picks it and whacks it away. So it doesn't work. And now this one is up in the air. Arslan was hunting it, but he's got to go a long way into the wilderness to get to that one, as that one gets blasted away as well. It's a lovely shot. Priyan just waits for it and then gets it away at the right moment. Nicely played. Hassan needs a comeback ball here, doesn't he? That's whipped away as well. It's going to be another boundary. It is not what they need here. Just getting a little bit pear-shaped here. And an expensive over. You can see a number of players now coming over to have a word with Hassan. Just Priyan just getting the better of him this time around. It's just out of the reach of the fielder. And that also going to be picked up though at least. Catch it is the shout, and oh, just can't get there now. Oh no, it's a double disaster from the fielder. Pushparajan offers a chance there at 22. And the fielder who's trying to get to it, that's Aditya Paul. I wonder how much, see, it's just a little push, but Aditya can't get there. But then on the way, when he's going down off balance here, he knees it past his captain and hits it over for 4 runs. Oh no, bit of a disaster. Oh dear, bit of a disaster there. That one is not what was on the card, so it's an expensive over. The score quickly moves to 39 for 1. And Pushparajan at 26, but he had the luck. He had the luck. Now he's looking to make the most of it. A bit of a discussion you can see there happening between the players. I think this is all about saying, okay, now which way do we go? Who do we use? Can understand that. I mean, Steph is probably, yeah, they're not going to go back to Steph here. I wonder if he just felt that he's not right because of that hand of his. Just stroked away quite nicely, and 'It's going to be a wide ball as that one goes down on that leg side. Four runs, fist pump from the 2 batters. Having a few issues here together with some of the equipment here. Just trying to get it back up and running while I'm watching the cricket. And looks like it's coming back up here now. Just I've got a complete blank here. Sometimes happens, doesn't it? And it always happens on the day that you're on your own. But I think it's back up again. I'm with you now, 100%. 45 for 1. So they did go to Habib here. Habib. Ooh, pretty close. I mentioned that maybe another player is going to be the star this time, and maybe it's going to be Habib. Liked his introduction, Habib Khan's, yesterday. I think he had a lot of impact in the first match. It certainly would be the key for them with the bat as well. Priyan uses his feet to get to this one. It's not struck us clean. They should be looking to come back for a couple, and they will do. Good bit of fielding there out on the boundary. Yeah, now that I can once again see the graphics, I can tell you that, yeah, that over from Ilyas Hassan did go supersonic. 31 came from it. It's been hit well. It's a lovely shot. Shaba ginna sora shaka lagya, and don't go in there. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. Either na jaye yaar, na jaye. Itne na badde sap hai. And just looking at the fielder saying, I wonder if we could just see, I think that was Arslan is over there just saying, he was giving it a bit of that. No, I'm not going in there. And while they're trying to find this ball, you can see the 2 batters are getting the men in the bibs, the bright yellow bibs, the 12 to come on. And there's Starship Padang, who not playing this match. Niaz Mohammed wearing the bib. Samidashit just didn't get the best of days yesterday. But Malta going well here. Yes. Hitting the ball well. Just noticing actually on my scorecard here, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. I just said Ilyas Hassan went for 31. He didn't actually. But just all the runs are being combined together. So 23, if my maths are right, is what he went for. I'm going to ignore. I think our scorers probably had the same issue that I had. I think our system all went down. Good running again. Nice running. 50 came up, by the way, in that over. Yes, I'm just getting this right now. So 7 of the first, 9 of Gucci's, 23. So it went magical. There was that chance, though, with Priyan on 22. And it fell. It was an awkward one, but it fell to Paul, who not only did he not hold it, but he ended up kneeing the ball to the boundary. So end of the 4th over. And Malta at the moment going well, 56. 1 wicket down. Estonia, maybe it's because just I'm so used to having Stefan Gooch here in front of me, and Gucci is very vocal. He's always trying to shout across to the fielders to say, "Come on, SD, come on, SD." But because he's not in front of me, it sounds a bit quiet out there, and it could be just because the fielders got nobody really here. But Estonia got to stay up with this. They've got to believe. I know it's been a tough few days for both the sides. There's going to be some aching bodies out there, that's for sure. And Malta definitely have the advantage of being the home side and have more players available to play. That's very noticeable. You can see the changes they've made here today. But one big effort. I think I'm sure that's what Coxie has said to them. One big effort. You got this match. Give it everything. And, you know, it's like your life depends on it. And that's, I'm sure, what they're trying to do here. As they go to Kalle Vislapu, another good wicket taker. It's just slightly different. He just holds the ball back a little bit. There's not full pace on. You can see there, just get a little bit of drift. It just goes a little bit down the leg side here. I think that probably catches a bit of the pad on the way through. I don't mind that change. It's just, you know, when the bowlers get used to the ball coming on, or the batters rather, try change it a little bit. And they've gone with Vislapu here, who just holds that ball up in the air. It just drifts a little bit. It doesn't come onto the bat. That could work here against someone like Priyan, who definitely does prefer the ball coming onto the bat. He's placed that handsomely out. It should be, well, Rocky hesitated a little, but just that bounce that we've seen a number of times at the end of the pitch gets over Vislapu, but will just be a single. Yeah, it looks like everything's starting to run properly again here now. So we had lost the graphics for a bit. I think we all lost our screens, but it looks like everything's been sorted. That's pretty full. That's been hit beautifully. That's going to race along this beautiful outfield at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. And I often say it's smooth and swift, like the Microlino. Meep, meep. As that's going to be 4 runs. Good shot. Priyan moves to 46. Eyeing up his first international half-century. Let's see if he can do it. But of course, it's such a long time to bat still. And that's what's most dangerous about this knock from Priyan at the moment. Just notice a fielder running in as the... Well, that's where he ran in from. And, well, they're going to have a look at this. That's going to be 50 either way to Priyan Pushparajan. We'll just check the boundary here, whether it's 4 or 6. I wonder if you can see. 50 runs there from Priyan, and after those 2 good knocks yesterday, one in the 20s, late 20s, and in the 30, he does get the 50, and yeah, I think that's 6 runs. I think that's catching the rope. Let's have a look. Let's see what the umpires decide here. They've had a look at this now, but I think that's 6. Let's see if they put them up like you just don't care. And the umpires still haven't got the nod through. Somebody's got to tell them. And I think I think they're going with 4 in the end. So 50 exactly to Priyan Pushparajan of 16 balls. He cuts that away nicely as well. That's going to be cuatro más. I said yesterday that Priyan Pushparajan, when he does get going, and I don't think he's at his best here yet, by the way, but he is a very dangerous player. He's exciting to watch, and he's explosive. And this morning, in my intro, I said that maybe the hero or the star for both the teams could be somebody new, somebody who didn't perform yesterday. But Priyan, I'm not going to say he didn't perform yesterday, but it's his best score so far, his best score at the international T20 stage. He gets a 50 to his name, and he's still going. Vislapu has gone for 15. That's hit up in the air. Gear. Shaka Lagya Hinna Sona. बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग की थी अपने Priyan Pushparajan ने 60 carreras y muy rápido, que va que genial, que grande, 6 más. And that over is another one that goes magical. 21 come off that one. So Malta looking strong and aggressive here. It's certainly the best start we've seen from any one of these two teams. If you compare the scores, they were kind of scoring in the 5 over chunks. It was around about that 38 to 45 mark. You can see 78 come off the first 5 here. Come to the end of our tour of Malta. It's always sad to say goodbye to this beautiful island. Just this one match here today. And the decider, of course, between these two teams. And right now, Estonia need to pick up a wicket. The other thing here is that Rocky Dinesh doesn't have to do anything crazy. He just needs to stay there. Just stay there and keep providing the support. We've said that before. It's going to be a wide to start. It's going to be the captain, Aslan, who's going to try and break this partnership. You can see that Estonia trying to get behind their players. I can hear that's Stuart Hook there trying to get into the heads of the players. Come on, boys, come on, let's lift this. Because if they have another 5 overs like that, then they can really get into a shell. Oh, a little bit of hesitation from these two. In the end, Rocky starts to go. Rocky starts to do the dance and then pulls the handbrake and says to Priyan, stay there. Priyan on 60. You don't want to be running him out right now. Rocky, 14 of 12. Aslan, again. It's down the leg side again. So another wide. That's in the air, but in the gap. Well, they're the sort of ones that could go anywhere. And it's going to be a tantalizing and agonizing chase for the fielder, as it will get in the gap and go for 4. Cuatro más. How do they stop this run? This flow of runs at the moment. Just making a change in the field. He's putting those two just a little bit closer together. It's up in the air. He gets it over the infield. Chase is on here. Fielder should get to this one. Will do. The batters will take a leisurely couple. Little things like that. Remember we talked about how the tide can also change because the change of the rub of the green. Well, at the moment, that certainly does belong, I feel, here to Malta. Little things like that, just out of the reach. That's another one that's going to be clipped over. It's another long, hard chase for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. There's Rocky Dinesh. I think this is a little bit of is this a bit of a semi-helicopter shot? I wonder if we can see the shot there. I think it was a little bit the old chopper. Chopper from Rocky. Aslan once again. That's well bowled. Just holds that one back. The slower delivery gives it a little bit of flight. But it's been played well. And Aslan Amjad trying to break this partnership. You can hear the sirens in the background. Oh, there's some sirens ringing here at the moment, especially from Estonia. It's almost like they've dialed the emergency number. They need somebody or something to come and happen for them here. That's firmly struck. Seeing the ball well now, isn't he, Priyan? And Malta moved to 92. 92 of 6 overs. That over from Arslan. It's not the worst, but I think he does create some half chances. 14 come from it. This that scorecard so far. Imran Amir, well, he will probably feel, well, right now he probably feels that he's missed out big time. Big 0 to his name when he had his stumps clattered by the Grizzly on the bowling of Hassan. It started so well for Esti, but now it's gone downhill pretty quick. But 1 wicket, we know it can change things so quickly. We've seen that before, and they're going to go back to Gooch here for bowling now from the car park end. And I think this is definitely a, well, we said the emergency services, we can hear them, and the sirens in the background. I think they made a call. And when you need something to happen, who are you going to call? Maybe Stephen Gooch. He can make things happen with the bat and with the ball. Checks his field. It'd be interesting how Priyan plays him here. They have got that, the Southern Cross field, so Aslan Amjad will go dead straight. He's got 2 men wide of him as well. Mid-wicket is back. It's been lofted quite beautifully by Priyan. It's just a little bit short, if anything, and Priyan, these are the kind of shots he was missing a little bit early on in the innings. But remember, there was one like this that trapped him on the pad from Hassan earlier. There was an appeal, but it was going down the leg. But I said that Priya normally, when he's in form, puts them away, and that's what he does here. Beautifully played, lovely shot. Steph needs to get a bit fuller. That is hard, and that is big. Areva, Ginna Sona, Jabardast batting here from Priyan Pushparajan. Changiya juttiyan pairiyan aj de pair nu bowler nu kinna badhiya shot. Beautiful. That was a clobber, a biz away, super 6. And well, where does this land? I think that van there, oh, I tell you what, normally there are a few vehicles that are parked there. That's why we call this the car park end. Well, if you are parked in the car park here at the Marsa International Cricket Ground, close to the Chapuna Chapel, I suggest you get your car keys and move pretty quickly. Looks like umpire Shankar is coming out with another box of balls. That one will be retrieved eventually. I'm just glad it hasn't caused any damage. A little moment like this, that shot also, by the way, brings the 100 up. A little moment like this can sometimes be beneficial to the fielding side. And Stephen Gooch and Aslan Amjad, captain and vice, just having a chat there. And the only thing I notice here that Estonia right now, they're a little bit flat. Of course, you would be 100 up already. You would be thinking about getting the 100 around about the 10 over mark. And Priyan Pushparajan is batting the way you would expect him to be batting in the T10 competition at the moment. So another ball comes out. Stephen Gooch doesn't seem to, Gooch is not that happy about the ball. He's calling Arslan over and saying, no, I don't like it. And so there's some discussion about the ball. And Steph is shaking his head. Arslan now, the captain, is going to come have a look. The 2 batters also getting involved. I don't, even Priyan, I mean, it's not nothing to do with Priyan, actually. And I think this is where Steph says, it's your fault, you shouldn't have hit it so far. Priyan is saying, well, maybe that one will come back. I know we do have a ball retriever out there somewhere. But while they're finding that ball, let's talk about what days are today. National Roast Leg of Lamb Day. Speaking of food, we had a very good dinner last night, the crew. And I know it was Sauvignon Blanc Day. We did have just a couple of glasses of Sauvignon Blanc, myself and Tina, as I bid her farewell and good luck there in Greece. But yeah, National Roast Leg of Lamb Day today. and to celebrate and encourage everyone to try out the dish, unless you're a vegetarian, of course. This mild and tender meat is unique and tasty, and it is adored by people around the world. Lamb is lean, red meat, and full of nutrients like potassium, vitamin B12, iron, magnesium, omega-3 fatty acids, so it is good for you. And this generally more tender meat is typically taken from sheep between the ages of 1 month and a year old. That's when everybody says, I don't think I want it anymore. But, what else? 1946, the Sony Corporation, a major Japanese manufacturer of consumer electronic products, was founded. I think we are eventually ready to go here now, or are we? There still seems to be a lot of chat. This could just disrupt the batters. If a wicket falls here now, I think Priyam Pushparajan, by losing that ball in the car park somewhere, maybe he sent it to the chapel, has probably disrupted his own concentration. Let's see. He just leans onto this. Oh, he is not disrupted. Probably not a good idea to be throwing the ball in so much to Stefan Gooch, considering we know he does have an issue with that thumb. I know that Gooch was telling me all sorts of squeamish things about how he was trying to release the pressure that he's feeling in that thumb by drilling a hole in it. Some of you might be in the middle of your lunch, so I won't tell you anymore. All right, Rocky. Happy with what he's doing at the moment, I think. He's in the 20s, though, and he does tend to get out at this sort of score. Let's see if that's the case here. It's one that's banked in a little bit shorter. Stefan Gooch trying to change his angle now by coming around the wicket. That tells us that the ball is just not swinging. It's not doing anything at the moment. It's just straight up and down. So he's trying to create something with the angle. It's a wide ball. Rocky looking to just clip that away. Any bit of bat onto that. If he clears that, the field on the 45, it goes to the boundary. So not able to do so. Has to be bowled again, though, by Steph. That's hit pretty hard, and the fielder makes a little bit of an error, but he does recover. The batters don't seem to be too keen to punish him for the little wobble. That's Ilyas Hassan out there. At least it doesn't go to the boundary. Well, will go to the boundary. That's absolutely clobbered, and it's going to have to be picked up from the fence. That was crunched. Powerful hit. We know what Rocky can do. End of the over. Still not able to break this partnership. What a partnership it's been. Remember, we saw that first wicket of Imran Amir go down at the score of 7, so it's already past that 100 mark. That over from Steph with that clubbing hit into the fence. Also goes for 19, so nothing seems to be working. So who do you turn to here now? That's the question. You got Rupam. Not a bad option, I think. Looks like they might be going back to spin. I don't know why you wouldn't try Rupam. I certainly would. You also got Aditya Paul, so these are guys you're going to have to bowl at some point. But they're feeling that Hasib maybe is the man. Well, all the ones on the score at the moment, 111 for the one, so we stand on 1 foot. Yes, that just guided away for a single. And here's the player I'm talking about, Rupam. Does the fielding. It's not a bad bet, I suppose. But maybe just going with Habib here to try and slow the score down a little. His first over wasn't his worst. Went for 16. Finally, just a dot ball, just something to applaud for Estonia. They need something good to happen pretty quickly. I said that. Need a wicket or two before the 10 over mark, because otherwise if it keeps going at this sort of pace, they're really going to get pretty flat. Quicker ball, but fired too wide. Great take there from the keeper. Nicely done, Marco Vake. Can they get this breakthrough? Hello to Ghulam Mustafa. Hope you're well. And everybody else in the chat as well. I know Chris Smith was in there earlier. And a lot of new people in the chat as well. And if you are new, and why don't you tell us where you are actually tuning in from? Which part of the world are you from? Make a change in the field. They've got a backward point, and that's why they're there. That's the new plan. Well, that one, it's a feisty hit. Gets defended. Yeah, so basically I think Habib has decided he's gonna get the ball in quickly, and it was point and backward point that got put back. But that was to Priyan. Let's see what the plan is for Rocky. Well, that food comes back up for Rocky, because I feel that with Rocky there, they think he's going to be more looking, trying to just paddle the ball in that area to just take the singles and keep the strike ticking along. And Montelus is saying Pushparajan going berserk in Malta. He's going well, isn't he? 79. I think the umpire just having a chat there with Khan. That's Ravi Panchal. So taking a walk down the boundary. That's not a good delivery, but get away with that. Stefan Gooch, you can see they are trying to put him in areas of the field where he's not going to get too much of the ball. But you know how it's like in the game. How many of you been there when you've got a bit of an injury? But wherever you go, you can't hide on the cricket field, and Steph will know that. He's probably going to hear me, and he's probably thinking to himself, yeah, Rico, but what do? He wants to be out there. He wants to be a key figure. He wants to try and get this win. That's in the air. Doesn't quite carry. Oh, that was the one, wasn't it? Maybe. Doesn't quite carry. It's a bit of the googlies. Look at the action on this one. It's definitely different action altogether, and just dropping short off the fielder. But it's a good over this from Habib, trying everything he can to try and get a breakthrough. It's a straighter one. Rocky just pushes it straight, takes a single, over comes to an end. Only the 7 from it, but still no breakthrough. 118 for 1. This partnership continues, worth 110 now, I believe. 111 actually. 111. Well, maybe that's the sign. You can see that things went upwards pretty quickly after that, the first 2 overs. It was that one, second one from Hassan, over number 3, that really took off. And then they maintained it pretty well, because Hasib, he's second, went for 16, and Vislapu, when he came on, went for 22. Since then, last time wasn't the worst of overs. Gucci second, 19, but that one from Habib, just the 7. Now, they are now going to try Rupam. Somebody's got to be their hero today with the ball. We thought it was going to be Hassan after he cleaned up Imran Amir, but that was the only joy that they've had so far. Here comes Rupam. And it's going to start down leg side and no wide, because remember, we are T20 internationals, and I think the umpire is of the opinion that this one starts on the pad and would have hit the pad. It's a profile wide system. Rupam, I'm sure at least on 2 occasions when he's come on to bowl, he's taken a wicket more or less with his first ball, or he's created a chance. He's now just having a chat there with Arslan about something. Rocky Dinesh just keeping Pushparajan off strike a little at the moment. We leave us this one over to the boundary on the 45. So Rocky finally gets out of the 20s as well. He's had a couple of scores in both the matches in the 20s. Hasn't gone into the 30s. He is now. That one gets played away. And let's have a quick look and see what we're seeing happening there in Jersey. We know that the Yorkshire Cricket College, they were, I keep calling them college, they were having a bit of a mare start. They've got the Spitfires 2 down, 32 for 2, but it is just 2 overs in, so they are still scoring at a pretty good rate, but wickets are important. That's another one that just gets worked away. Rocky turning on the style here now. Now, we saw Rocky do this in the ECIs. He played 2 shots like this, got to 49, and then went to play another one off a straight ball and was plumb LBW. And he won't need reminding off that, but be hoping not to make the same mistake again here. But, well, Estonia just cannot find a way through here. Few people in the chat saying they're looking like a team that are tired and lethargic, and the energy levels going. And of course, you know, with the best will in the world, you could start with a lot of energy and a lot of momentum. But if the opposition are crunching the ball like this, sooner or later that energy just drains out of you, and that's what I can see happening here. And that's why I keep saying they need a wicket. Here comes Rupam again, and this time that's played quite well. They just take the single. So Priyan just noticed that, yes, Rocky, not that Rocky's been batting slowly himself, it just kept him off strike for a bit. He's on 80 of 26. And sometimes batters prefer to have that little, I mean, he's got so much time to bat, so it's not like he's running out of time or anything, so he might have appreciated a little break at the non-striker's end. He doesn't get this clean out the middle, but he will take the single. A bit of slide and stop there from Vislapur. You can see there the cars have moved away pretty quickly from that zone, haven't they? There were a few people that were asking me, because when I mentioned about cars being hit, that's hit nicely out on the offside, up and over from Rocky, who himself is, well, he's been spiralling, hasn't he, quite nicely with Priyan, and but he's let Priyan do most of the hitting, and now Rocky says it's time for me to stop jabbing, but to play a few shots of my own, and he is, as he moves to 44. Malta, 9 overs, 134. We did say yesterday, especially in that first match, when Malta scored 199, that Estonia came back really well in the last 5 overs to stop them putting a score of about 220, 230 on the board. You just think that if they manage to do the same here, if from here they somehow manage to keep Malta to a score of 200, which we think is probably, from what we've seen yesterday, about that par score, I mean, that would be quite amazing, and somebody's going to have to do something amazing to make that happen. Habib, no real surprises that he's going to come on to bowl again, but this will be his 3rd over. Yeah, so 0 for 24 so far. So question, of course, remains, well, if he can't get a breakthrough and they use him up, who will? That's a full toss. It's a hit me ball. That's going to be smashed out of here. 6 more. Priyan Pushparajan. You don't want to be feeding him with this sort of filth, because he will put it away, and that's what he does. It's a Gandhi ball, really. And it just gets clobbered away by Priyan. Moves now to 87. It's got to be in his mind, of course it has. His first T20 International 100 is on the cards here. Just having a look at some of the body language there from Estonia, the bowler, the fielders. They're just looking at the ground. There's a lot of double teapots out there. Somebody needs to energize them. Somebody needs to get them going. Somebody needs to give them belief. They've got to remember and remind themselves of what happened yesterday when it looked like they were going to be losing a match. There were all sorts of scenes, weren't there? When they were down, when they were flat, they thought they were going to lose the match, but they won that match. They came back and won it. You can see Steph is trying, come on boys, come on boys. You got to believe that a moment of magic could change everything, whether it's a magical catch, a run out, a bit of fielding, whatever it is. Got to believe you can't be down. Priyan plays that away along the deck. It's just going to be a single. Priyan Pushparajan, somebody we've seen In last time we were here, or the last time we were here in 2024 in November, he scored 2 centuries. We saw him score a century in at the Cardamom Oval against Skanderberg. Floated up, hit long, hit hard, hit for 6. That's going to end up into his own teammates. That's it, 6 runs for Rocky Dianish as he brings up his half century. 50 of 27, and what a lovely moment that is for Rocky. He stands and he faces his teammates as he takes their applause. Rocky Dianish gets a fine half century to his name. His partnership has been awesome. Still there, worth 140. Quicker ball, that's well bowled. And they've used that a few times, hasn't he, Habib? Just trying to get something to happen. They just need this breakthrough, but they can't find. You can't see where it's going to come from. That's the problem. Where is that breakthrough going to come from? A couple of dot balls in the spin. Rocky, you can see he's practicing that shot. There's nobody at point, so if he does get it right, then he will get reward for it. He will get his boundary. Oh, well, he shovels this and he gets it over square. It's going to go to the boundary. Goes into that picket fence. Warm applause from some of the spectators as Rocky wants to keep things going. So, a good end to the over. And you just don't know where this wicket is going to come from. You can see the players just starting to take on drinks here. And that gives me an opportunity to welcome you into, well, it's quite a lonely cage today. As, well, one of us, that's Tina, has been taken away. Of course, she's going to be on international duty herself as a player. And, of course, we wish her safe travels and hope she does really well and scores some runs. Of course, we'll be keeping our eye on the way things that go there. And maybe we can have a look at our schedule of events and what's coming up in the next few weeks. Because you will see that though we come to a close here, that Jersey, the Liberation Series there will continue. The night series is coming up to quite an entertaining finale there as well, with teams winning and losing. It seems to be always a kind of a 50-50 night there. But yeah, Greece, and that's of course where Tina will be playing those ECIs and those T20 internationals. Then, well, she'll take her kit bag with her all the way to Sweden and Landskrona. I know that last night before she joined us for a meal, she had to go and do, of course, her laundry. So she's ready to go there in Landskrona. Of course, the blue pitch in Landskrona. We all remember that wonderful picture of Vinny Sandy when he was wearing his trademark blue suit, standing up off the blue pitch and, well, scaring us all out of our skins, of course. And then I will have a short break when I go back to sunny Spain, and I will see you in Estonia. So I'll be seeing a lot of these players in Estonia. And, of course, their love for me to be turning up there and talking about a serious win here and not a defeat. And remember, we're going to be playing the T10s there, and in T10 they were just blown away. It actually surprised me because I know how well they can play, but at the same time it brings me back to two things. Number one, that they haven't played a lot of cricket. It's been very cold and frosty and snowy in Estonia, so these guys haven't had too much practice at all, particularly outdoors. And also they're playing here in a pitch which is different to theirs, and that also when you're not used to a pitch and you haven't played much cricket, of course, you're not going to find those performances straight away. But having had that win yesterday, I was expecting that they would be a lot more positive and upbeat. I'm not saying that they weren't. I just think the way that these first 10 overs have gone here, that is almost like Malta have sort of sucked all of that enthusiasm out of them. They've had a drinks break. I'm pretty sure some words have been said there. I'm pretty sure that they're trying to motivate themselves and gee themselves up. So let's see how they come back. You can see that it looks like Ahsan Amjad the captain is going to take the ball again. And I was having a quick look at Rocky Dinesh's records. It's his first T20 international 50. So congratulations to him. Before that, his highest score was 48. That was last year. I think that was against Cyprus. He has got an international wicket to his name, which is a surprise. The wicket keeper. So congratulations to Rocky Dinesh. A lovely moment for him. His first international 50. 151 for one. It's up in the air and nobody's going to catch it. It's 6 more. Pushparajan now moves into the 90s. And are we going to see, we'll be seeing a highlight for Rocky Dinesh, his first 50 on the international scene. Priyan has scored his first 50. He's now looking to turn that into 100. We saw a cracking 100 from Julius Summerall yesterday there in Jersey. Are we going to see one here? Slower ball. That's a cleverly bowled from Arslan. And Priyan, you can see he's thinking about the magical 100. Thing is, though, and I keep saying this, he has so much time. That's the thing, so much time. So he can turn this into, if he stays there, big score. Rocky asking the question, umpire thinking about it, but I think the angle off the ball, Arsenal just ask it, the reason for it, and the umpire gives whatever. Let's see if we can think of it. Angle always doesn't help. Probably, yeah, pitching outside leg, never going to be out. That's the problem that a bowler coming around the wicket has. I think Priyan is just talking to Rocky and saying, hey, I know you like that shot. I'm just reminding you. I'm not saying don't play it. You've probably seen the ball pretty well, but I'm just reminding you, it has got you out on several of occasions. Just a little push this time outside the off stump. It goes to the man at backward point. They'll take the single. And Lithium is saying that the propellers are falling off the Spitfires. I can see what you mean. I just had a look at that score there, 55 for 6. So yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. Yorkshire Cricket College could certainly do with that result. Yeah, there it is up there at the moment. One more time. Julius Summerall got one yesterday. Hasidullah Tarakel scored one in Belgium. Before that, Priyan and Mahbub Ali, they did it. Playing in that European Cricket Series, the Spring Series. Oh, a bit of an inside edge. And Priyan moves to 96. There's no way. I mean, I know Priyan, he always comes across a pretty cool guy. And I know the Maltese ladies will tell you that. Of course, he and Darshit Patang are pretty instrumental in coaching them. But it's the first one. He's first. He knows he needs 4 runs for it. He's going to be very nervous as he gets closer to it. Rocky just defending this and quite happy at the moment, I suppose, just to take those singles. So there's no wicket after drinks either for Estonia. Malta 161 for 1. This partnership now has been worth the 150 plus. So they keep on going. The 154 the partnership worth here at the moment. Now what do they do here? Who do they go to? Let's have a look at the bowlers that they have used so far. So as we see just why this match is so important, they've used 6 bowlers. Bislapu bowled just the one, went for 21. Rupam bowled one, went for 16. Do you go back to Hassan? Do you just say, hey, you know, just one good over, get the breakthrough. You did it once, you can do it again. Nah, they're going to bowl out Habib. So they feel that Habib's come close to maybe finding a breakthrough. So he'll come back. That's it. That means he's bowling his last here. So once he bowls this, they won't be able to fall back to him. And that means that maybe the plans that perhaps they had of holding Habib back for the likes of Mahbub, good running, 2 runs. And Habib Khan now has gone from bowling leg spin to a seamer. And even the doubles are being applauded here by Malta. So, yeah, this is Habib. I had to take a double look, actually. But, yeah, he's now just bowling. He's bowling seam, Habib. So, the problem with that is, for me, is, oh, all right, if he takes a wicket, well done, great. But you've got other seamers there. But Habib is now running in and gets a wicket. So that's the wicket they want. That's the breakthrough. And Habib will probably says, there you go, Rico, I can do both. And he does get the wicket. Rocky Dinesh. This one goes through his defences. He'll go for 58 in the end. I think he just plays down the wrong line there. I don't think the ball really did anything. Let's see it here again. I think he just, it's a bit fuller. Yeah, he just plays on it pretty late, leaves the gap, and Habib gets it in the gap. So, warm applause there for Rocky Dinesh. His first international T20 half century. He'll finish on 58 of 34. He gets cleaned up there by the pace of Habib Khan. So Habib kind of just showing us what a talented player he is. I think he did get a bit of success, didn't he, with the quicker balls outside the off when he was bowling the spin. And it's almost like he said to himself, well, you know what, why don't I just bowl quicker, full stop. Varun Prasad, the captain, comes in at a very good stage for his country. The captain, it's not often that he come in at number 4 with 163 on the board, but it's one of those, though, I've always say that once you get a wicket, strange things can happen. So Estonia will have to take as much positives out of that as they can and say to themselves, now, right, okay, we get a wicket here, come on. Maybe 2 more big wickets and we can slow them down. Varun just pushes that out. Hands the strike back here now to Pushparajan. Can he keep his composure? Can he keep his cool? Can he bring up his first T20 international century? He only played his first match yesterday, just the 3rd match he's playing. Checks the field. Habib Khan would love to have his scalp. He's got 3 balls left in his spell. Priyan has a look. Just wants that one delivery that he can dispatch to the boundary, doesn't he? And then all of that tension, all of that stress will be removed. Goes for it, hits it firmly. Will get fielded by Arslan. Well, this one sort of comes off Arslan's hand and gives him a kiss. Dekh lo, Grizzly ne laddi kiti laddi. Been hit well. Arslan Amjad gets down and the Grizzly just gives him a little kiss on the cheek. Arslan Amjad, there he is. He seems like he's okay. Few changes now to the left-hander Varun. Must be plenty going through Varun's mind. Probably thinking, I can go super aggressive, but if I get out, I don't want to get out cheaply. He always leaves that gap, doesn't he? Oh, that's not where to bowl to him. And I think that's probably got a little bit of the pad it has. It's a quicker one that's fired across Varun, but it's ill-directed, straps the pad off. Varun gets past the outstretched dive of Marco Vake. No way that he could get there. That's going to be four-leg buys. Yeah, Varun, interesting when you look at his, you probably see his gone and say it's hardly surprising that you do see him bowled so many times in the gap. He just gently pushes that out for a single. And they see out the spell of Habib. He does pick up 1 wicket, but 1 for 46 as he bowls his last over, bowling a little bit of seam and pace. He does get the breakthrough, though, does get the wicket of Rocky. The question is, can they continue to, from here on in, and keep taking wickets pretty regularly? That's what they need here. Otherwise, Malta are going to get a huge score. Just have a look at that expected at the moment. We haven't dwelled on it too much because you look at that and think, wow, it's big. But 263 is the expected. So their expected score, another 90 runs in the next 7 overs, which I suppose at the rate that they're going, you can understand that. I mean, that's going at about 12. And if you look perhaps at most of the over rates, there's been a 7 and 9 and a 10 and a 9. The last two, 10 and 9. So apart from those 2 overs, all the others have been above that 12 and over rate. So that's why that's the expected at the moment. But I think Priyan at the moment, you can see he's stuck in the 90s a little bit. He wants to get the 100 on the board for himself. Once he does that, he might then start motoring again. That would be the concern for Estonia. They want to get him out now while he's a little bit slow. Ali Masood. Haven't used him yet. Not a bad option. Masood to come back. I would have still gone back to Ilyas Hassan. I think I would have gone back to Hassan right after the drinks break. Just, you know, he did it once. Maybe he could do it again. Masood. They're just pushed by Varun. They want to, and they'll get to. That's what I like here, really, from these two as well. I say these two. I think Rocky Dinesh and Priyan Pushparajan did exactly the same. They're more than happy to take the twos. It's not like Varun or Priyan is saying, hey, you know, I want the strike, so just take the one. He's running these runs as well as hitting them. Short, ugly shot, really. Ugly shot. I think it's that slow, short delivery, but Varun has played that far too early. Dot ball. Haven't been too many dot balls. And he comes again. This time it's up in the air. It's going to be a long chase for the fielders. They're not going to get there. It's going to be 4 more runs. A little bit too full this time, a little bit high. Varun adjusts pretty well to it. Gets his first boundary. It's well struck by the captain and the powerful left-hander. Should say good afternoon also to, of course, Vinny Sandhu and also Danny Hudicek, who are talking through the games there. Hit firmly, bounce a couple of times to Aslan, who makes the stop, just a single. So it's back to the man who's on century watch. Priyan Pushparajan, 97. Definitely, it brings you to that question. You know, it's a question that I know that we asked some of our iconic players there at the Western Shield when we were taking a drive with them in the Microlino. Well, you're closing on your century. Do you bring it up with singles or a boundary? Well, Priyan Pushparajan, he's not on 99, of course. That was how we normally say you're on 99. Do you take a single to bring up the century, or you do it in style with a big 6? Most people would say we'll do it just by taking the single. Let's see how Priyan deals with this. It's in his mind. 97. And he just clips it away. He's quite happy. He's showing that he's got nerves of steel. I bet you he doesn't. I bet you he is feeling it. He's got butterflies. There's no doubt in my mind that he does. I mean, as cool as Priyan is, he's definitely feeling it. I suppose the only good thing here at the moment for Estonia, the over rate, runs per over, I should say, they certainly are clawing that down a little bit. The last 2 overs have been much better since the drinks break. And it's nicely bowled, he darts in, a leg stump Yorker, Ali Masood, 9 come off the over. So yeah, since the drinks break, they've gone at 10, 9 and 9. Remember, going up to the drinks break, there was only that 1 over from Habib Khan that went for 7 over number 8, but all the others were over 15. So it's been an improvement, that's for sure. Interesting. I'm just looking at Estonia when they change over from one end to another, and looks like Arslan Amjad is making his way once again. He tends to go from mid-off to mid-off, or long on to long on, depending where he is posted. So that's his part, that's his area, because he's a very good catcher in that zone. It's an area where, when he's not been there, catches have been put down. Remember, of course, Mahbub Ali on both matches was dropped on 0 straight down the ground. Vislapu put him down once, and I can't remember, it was Rupam perhaps who put him down yesterday. But there's just and it's like, for example, now it's just dead quiet. dead quiet. Very few of the guys talking. I mean, I suppose there's nothing to be too chirpy about. 7 overs to go still here. 179 on the board. Yeah, definitely going to be, looks like definitely going to be something like a 250 kind of chase. Aditya Paul starts with the dots. See Priyam Pushparajan at the other end, just saying to Varun, hey, come on. Easy, easy, Tiger, easy. Aditya Paul then starts with a dot. So it's quite amazing actually that it's his first ball, first over. 14 overs gone. They, you know, before him not a lot of good has happened, and the same with Ali Masood. So maybe they've just had this plan, say, right, we're going to finish really well with these guys. If they bowl very well, let's say they had, I mean, a good first over there from Ali Masood. He bowls another 3 like that. Aditya Paul bowls good and tidy. Then certainly the expected score will go down. Okay, that's pushed out well. Should just be a single. So Priyam, he's been in the 90s a long time though, hasn't he? He's been in the 90s a long time. He's scratched around. I know when he was a 95, he got that bit of an inside edge to move to 96. So I think Malta want him to get that 100, get it done, and then keep going, then move on. I think he's probably been in the 90s now. I'll say this is probably about the 4th over. And who's that? I think Gucci has spotted something, and he wants to have a chat and share this with. Who's he talking to there? Is that is he talking to Stewie? I think they're probably thinking, hey, why don't we put some pressure on him? Why don't we? There was something said. He's now going to go and... Is Stu going to... No? I thought Stu was going to go and say something there to Arsenal. No. I think this is just about... I think this is just mind games. I think Steph had just said, hey, how's your breakfast? Good? Yeah? Good? Okay, let's carry on. It's all about getting into the head of Priyam Pushparajan. It is. They know he's nervous. Just making him wait. Maybe he makes the mistake. Oh, he takes the single. And they're applauding the 99. And I think this was one of my questions the other day, wasn't it? About a certain player who was on 99, and then I think the rain came, 2 days were washed out. He never got back out there. And then in the very next match, same kind of thing happened when he was an 89. All right, to Varun, who did have a big swing at one a bit earlier. Plays that well. This is good bowling. I've liked this from, in fact, ever since the drinks break, so whatever was said at the drinks break, and I said at the time they just needed to gather around for whatever it was, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and just talk and say, hey, come on, you know, this is the way cricket goes. We've been here before. We break a partnership, which they have done, then we back in this game. And even though Priyam's out there with a big score on the board, there's no reason why they can't come back and contain and still win this match. So you just got to believe it. Priyam on 99. Can Aditya Paul spoil the party? They're putting a bit of pressure on. Stuart Hook coming close on the offside. They've got the short mid-wicket as well. Priyam, no run. 99, and the pressure is on. He's sweating. He's sweating. Aditya Paul gets the dot ball to him. He's not showing it, isn't he? He's not showing it. He's still showing himself as being Mr. Cool. But he's been in that 90 for a long time. He got to it pretty quickly. But he's still there. And they're just trying to put some pressure on him. You can see there that Stewie just ran across to the leg side just to talk to the fielder who's there. I think this is all about just trying to get into the mind of Priyam. And it'll be a success for Estonia if they don't allow him to get E-century. That's the way they will see it. It's pitched up, and that will be it. Priyam Pushparajan. Look at the joy of Priyam. A centurion. 100 on the board. He does it on 37 deliveries. 8 sixes and 8 fours. Priyam Pushparajan. Oh, the relief is over, and now he probably will feel he can go back to muscling the ball to the boundary. And Stefan Gooch and players from all around coming to congratulate him. And quite rightly so. There's Arsan Amjad, the captain. Mark Ovake, Priyam Pushparajan scores his first international T20 century in only his third match, following up the scores of 29 and 30 yesterday. And Malta, 183, 2 wickets down, and still 6 overs to bat. And this is where now I think probably you think, I mean, Priyan probably is the man you'd expect to get on with this and keep going. Now he's got that 100 ball. Varun Prasad might be keen as well. They have batting to come. We know that they're batting to come. And the thing is, it started with one Priyan Pushparajan. It's a highlight for him, whereas Imran Amir, he got a golden duck. But, played away, and you can see Priya now all of a sudden he's back to trying to get the acceleration going. He's like saying, okay, I've got the 100. Sigh of relief. Now let's get back to try and go back to putting a big score on the board here. I mean, it's pretty big already, isn't it? Remember yesterday 199 was enough to win. 202 went down to the last ball. It's a nice looking shot, uses his feet well. It's going to be fielded on the boundary, just a single. And I think we just witnessed a very good, very good 100 there. I'm sure that the word has got round on the network as well. I'm sure there's people, and welcome to you as well, that probably tuned in from the stream in Jersey to come over and watch that. Or maybe you got dual screens as well. Well, welcome to you, wherever you are tuning in from. Ali Masood continues and asking the question and gets the wicket. LBW. Priyan goes over to Varun and says, come on, Skip. They knew that was the danger, but there's the wicket. Bowling wicket to wicket, Ali Masood. He does get Varun Prasad going right across. Let's have a look at this again if we can. Here's the delivery. And I don't think, well, you can make your own mind up at home about it. It does hit him on the back leg, but I do feel that you can see that leg stick there. I don't think that's probably one of the best calls from the umpire, if I'm honest. Estonia, yeah, I think Varun is right. Estonia will say that they had a few that went against them. But, yeah, I don't think, if you have a look at this, you can see the leg stick here. And that ball, though it does hit the back leg, that is going on to miss leg stump. I don't think that's the best of calls there from umpire Sunil. Malta, though, will probably take that and say, you know what, okay, we get a bad one here. Maybe we'll get one that goes our way in the next one. So the captain, Varun Prasad, will go for 12 of 12. It's another wicket, though. That's the thing here. So Estonia, Masood gets the breakthrough and breaks another partnership before it really gets going. You know that they can be pretty dangerous. And Estonia just started to hear them out there a little bit more. Right, who's out now? Big man, Mehboob. All right, Arslan, are you ready? He's in front of me and he's nodding. He says, yeah, he knows the story here. It's going to be a wide to start with. So Mehboob, I suppose, he's probably a good guy to come in at this point, especially if he finds his rhythm and his form. If you were to say to Mehboob, right, we're going to give you, say, 5 overs to have a bash at the end, he'll take it. Estonia would take his wicket gladly. They know he's a dangerous player. He's hit it in the air. All right, here we go. And this time, no mistakes. Third time lucky for Esti. As Mehboob goes for the big hit. And Ali Masood picks up his second. Mehboob Ali, match 1. Golden duck it should have been. He was dropped on 0, made a 50. Match 2, 2-ball duck it should have been. He was dropped, he made a 50. Not here today. So Estonia just starting to come back into this. Mehboob Ali will get a golden duck. The old off he goes. And, well, not this time, Mehboob. Not this time. He can't be lucky on every occasion. So another one bites the dust. Now you just feel, hey, you just feel that get another couple of, maybe if you get Priyan here, who knows? Sahil Chauhan made no mistakes. Masood picks up another. He's on a hat-trick, by the way, don't forget that. So, hat-trick ball this is. Or is it? No, there was that wide in between. Come on, Rico, wake up. Yeah, there was the wide, he fired the wide. But was still a golden though from Mahboob. New batter that comes in is Jaspal Singh. I think this innings for me could go two ways from here. My bad, Elsa, my bad. It won't be a hat-trick because there was a wide in there. But it still could be 3 wickets from 3 legal deliveries, I guess. But it won't go down as a hat-trick because he bowled up wide. But yeah, I'll go back to what I was saying. This could be one of those with batters coming in because they think, oh, this time is running short, I want to score quick runs. A bit like Mahboob there. Could get themselves out here. And that could really work in the favour of Estonia. That's, oh, wow. Just gets out of the way of that one. And that catches him quite high up. I think on the arm or the glove this. Let's have a look. He bangs this in short and, yeah, just takes evasive action. Is on the arm. Well bowled, good deliveries. That grunted delivery that goes across and outside the off stump of the batter. So Jaspal, 2 balls, no runs. Priyan is there on 103. 5 overs to go. 187 for 4. So fighting back here very well are Estonia. And Ali Masood, great spell from him. And he's still got overs to go. That's the main thing. That's the good news for them at the moment here. Aditya Paul, his first over only went for the 4. And Ali, 2 wickets in the over and only 4 conceded. So just like that, you see the difference already. 2 lots of 4. And Priyan, though, is still there. This is what's happening tonight in Belgium. Fuji and the gang will be talking us through that match between Hasselt and Beveren. Beveren, of course, looking to get those victories and stay at the top of the standings there. I'll have a quick look at those standings now. I know that yesterday there were some interesting matches that were played there. So the Brussels Warriors sitting top, Hasselt second, Beveren third. So you got second taking on third and 2 points the difference between them. Priyan goes for the big one. There's a fielder back there and it's held. It's another wicket. Priyan Pushparajan now goes. This is fantastic from Estonia. It's exactly what they wanted. Priyan will go for 103 of 40 balls. The catch has been held. This game is changing, everybody. The game is changing. Estonia are right back in it. There's going to be a big warm of applause for Priyan Pushparajan. But, oh, he's going to go the same way we've seen many about it. That long boundary goes for 103. Great knock from him. 103, 39. But you just feel because he was on that century watch, there was about 4 overs in there, 4 or 5 overs. He stayed in the 90s. You can see he wanted to now launch and get going, but it doesn't work. So he's going to go and, well, another player who gets given an opportunity in this match is Jamshed. We've seen good from Jamshed when he's been out there with the field. And let's see if Kunacharikal can get going with the bat. And out he comes. Aditya Paul gets a breakthrough. I said at the time that if these 2 bowlers can get 8 good overs in between them, then it will really make a big difference. Look at the way they expect to score 240. I don't see it getting to 240 now, you know. I don't. 5 wickets gone. And 2 new batters out there. So they're going to take time to get going. Both haven't got off the mark. This is Estonia's time now to shine and win. I mean, they lost the first 10 overs. We know that. But they could come back and win the second 10. Remember, it was 151 at the 10 over mark. All right, here we go. Aditya now bowling here to Jamshed. Well, bat onto ball. Just take a single. So that's the other thing. These 2 batters, they might chew up three overs. Just getting going, just pushing the ball around. So big opportunity here for Esti. to get themselves back in the game. And it just goes to show how quickly games can change around. All right, taking his time to get ready, Jaspal. Takes his guard. There's another guy who's not going to hold back playing the big shots, that's for sure. No run. Tries to get it in the gap. It's well fielded out there by Hassan. SD moving around better now, not looking at the ground, stretching, vocal. Good phase for them, picking up wickets. Malta don't want to stumble. They stumbled in the first match yesterday, I believe, in the bat, when it looked like they were 220 score when they didn't get to the 200. Bit of a full toss, gets played away. It's a long chase on here, and it's going to be stopped. The batters will come back for 2. Look, all those little things as well, you know, just not conceding a boundary. Good bit of work there. I mean, a bit of foot fielding, but doesn't let the ball go past him. That's the important thing. Got those 2 men straight either side as well, and you could, I think that just for Estonia saying, you know, look, if they want to push it around for singles, we're not going to give them to you easy. That's one thing that, oh, big wild swing. That's one thing that I think that Malta didn't do well yesterday. I think I talked about that a fair bit. You know, it was a match that swung around in roundabouts. That's a big swing from Jaspal, but he's missed that by a fair bit. In fact, he almost ends up edging it back onto his own stumps. Good over this. Here's just 3 from it so far. But yeah, I think that Malta yesterday were far too relaxed in allowing Estonia to pick up those singles, especially on the leg side. There was times on the leg side they had 2 players there, both on the boundary. They're saying, yeah, you can take those singles. And Estonia did, and kept themselves in the match, and then accelerated when they had to. And then it was a thriller, and they won it. Bat on ball, it's got a chase hard here, but he gets a hand on it. It's just going to be a single. So another fine over from Adida Paul. Great figures from him. 1 for 8 off his 2 overs. The 16th over comes to an end. 191 for 5. This is a sort of pattern, or the sort of pattern that got created when Priam was in the 90s. He was, you know, he was getting on strike, getting singles. He was feeling nervous, I'm guessing. And he never really went for those big shots. And that's now become kind of the pattern. So that over now goes. So the last 3 overs have gone just for 4 runs. And the 3 before that, after the drinks break, went 9-9. And then over in number 11 went for 10. So see the difference already, 50% less. And that's why that score, that expected score, is slowly but surely. I mean, at one point it was 250 plus. Just don't want that big over here. Masood again, short, played away, and that's going to probably race away to the boundary. And they needed that, did Malta. They needed something to go their way, and that one does. It's probably well played there by Jaspal as well. He plays it pretty late. He knows that there's nobody back on the boundary. It was just a little bit short from Masood. You can see Stuart Cook just coming over. The hook having a chat. Probably just saying, look, go with what you did in the first couple of overs. Just try and get that ball pretty full. Yorker length delivery. They've still got that Arslan pretty straight. They've got a long mid on. That's played nicely, but straight to the fielder. You don't mind that. That's your field set. So Arslan's got the lines right here. And nicely stroked, but just going to be a single. Yeah, they've got mid-wicket backs. Man on the 45 back. You see Arslan is just pushing Adida Paul a bit wider at long on. That's up in the air. It's just going to drop short of Arslan. And they think about the second. I don't think they're going to get it. It wasn't the best of throws from Arslan, but Just a single that gets taken, so 197. Still going to be, I mean, whatever. I mean, it's going to be a 200-something chase, isn't it? But it could have been, I mean, we were at a stage at the halfway point where Malta were looking to maybe even bat Estonia out of the game, but they haven't done so. Estonia are going to still be very much in this. I said at the time, I don't see it getting to 240. That expected now 230. I must admit, I don't even see it getting to the 230. It's just pushed and run. Is he going to have a go? He does. It is backed up and well backed up. And I'm not really sure where the where the striker was running to. I thought he was running regardless. Just get a single. There's the throw, and oh, it wasn't that far away, was it? Masood, he just wants to move Arslan a little bit straighter. He doesn't want him to go too much towards the long. That's pushed up in the air, will be gone. It will be. It's a very soft dismissal from Jamshad. He just puts it straight into the hands of Stuart Hook. Those close fielders being in make the difference. Another wicket will go. 198 for 6. So Jamshad goes for 2 or 3. Hook takes the catch. It's another wicket for Ali Masood, who now has taken 3 for 20 with a ball to go in his 3rd over. Oh, Estonia once again getting into a huddle. And well, seems like the drinks break certainly did work well for them. 151, remember it was at that halfway point. And so in 6 overs it's coming up to. They've scored only just 40 runs. Malta, they want a big finish here, but who's going to give it to them? Eldos Matthew, well, what a change round for Eldos, who was coming in at around number 3. Here he is coming in at number 8. But, nicely played away. They want 2 here, and good bit of fielding. Nice ground fielding. That will bring the 200 up. Taking on a 3rd. Well, that is exceptional running. It was good stop on the boundary by Habib, but he just needed to regather himself and get the throw in. And look at that. That's stunning running. Just knows he's running at the danger end and says, yeah, we're going. So Aldo starts with 3. 17th over comes to an end. 201 for 6. Still though, another very good over from Masood. 3 for 23. And I think you just got to keep going with what's working here at the moment. Got to be going back, probably here, back to Aditya Paul. There's no need to change it. No need to change it at all. It's working. Keep it as it is. And look at the way that it's changed. After that big partnership worth 156, Malta is starting to stumble. Wickets falling. Probably fair to say, and a few people saying this in the chat, that LBW Varun Prasad sort of sparked this. Could you call it a collapse? I suppose you could. It's whipped away, and they will take just a single either side of that fielder. It might have been a few more. So Malta still would want to get past. I think here I said 230. If they get to 230, so they need to go at 10s here, they'll take that. But they haven't quite been going at 10s. It's up in the air. There is a fielder out there. It's going to be another one straight into the hands of Arslan. So Jaspal Singh will also depart. The interesting thing, the other day there was a lot of wind coming from that area, and that was probably the reason why these balls going to the boundary. But you see that Arslan is taking that well inside the boundary rope, and Jaspal, he's the next to go. So it's exactly as I thought this innings could go when I saw that wicket go down from Varun. And I said that at the time before he went. I said, if the Maltese batters come out here thinking we've got a good score on the board here already, we're just going to go out there and play some big shots. Well, if they lost quick wickets, then, and they're all coming in with that mindset, they're going to keep losing wickets. That's exactly what's happened here now. So another wicket does fall. And just remind you, they were 163 for 2, then 186 for 3, 187 for 4, 187 for 5, and 198 for 6. Wickets falling very regularly here, 202. That was the highest score posted yesterday. Malta scored that, but they would lose off the last ball. Surajay Patel plays that away nicely. Surajay Patel, I think most of you will know that. I think he's a very good player. I think for me, he's not your average number 11. And Eldos Matthew, we've seen him batting, coming in at number 3. Who else is still to come in there? You've got David Marks, who probably can get you a few runs on his day. And Jaswinder Singh, who I haven't really seen too much of. This gets played away. They'll just take a single. Estonia, real gutsy fight back from them. Remember, they looked down, out and miserable. And I said that they needed that drinks break to chirp them up, and it has. And they've come back really well. And I think it's been the bowling. I was saying at the time early on, I was a bit surprised that in the first 10 overs that we didn't see Aditya Paul or Masood. I think they just needed to make a change. Maybe something was said at the drinks break, but the change did come. That's hit well. And that's worrying. That is a worry. We know that Gucci has got issues, and they don't need another issue. This time now it's Stuart Hook. So we know Stefan Gooch. We know, I told you all before, that he's got a real problem with his hand. Now that one smashed, probably in exactly the same kind of area as Gooch. So Stuart Hook gets one right on the thumb. He probably wants to get that magic spray out there pretty quickly. And that's hit right on the bone. You can see he goes down straight away. That hurts. And it looks like he's probably, well, he's staying out there. Oh, that definitely does hurt. I mean, you need to get somebody out there with your magic spray, surely. I mean, it's available, use it, but he's got a sweeper behind him that probably saves a couple there. It goes to go across the line here, and they will come back for another. In comes the throw, but they will make it. The 2 runs taken. Score 207. For 7. So that over with those leg byes only going for 6. They just can't get going here. Ali Masood's last one did go for 10 because there was that one boundary right at the beginning of his over. It's not the way that when you think of how many runs that they had on the board, Malta, it's not the way you expected to see their innings finish. But I said at the time, you know, we've seen it so many times on the network, even in the T10 format, where a team in the first 5 overs have scored 100 or more, and you think, this is going to be a big score, and they end up limping to 145 or something. It just wickets. It's all about wickets. It's all about breaking those partnerships, and that's what I was saying at that time, that they need to be upbeat. They need to believe they can create something. They need to be vocal, and all of a sudden they just look like a different team. Every player's up for it. Every player's on their feet. There's no double teapots. They're walking in. They're inspired again. 12 more balls. How many can Malta end up with? 207 at the moment. And he's completely missed this, says Surajay Patel. It's a grunted, slower delivery. Full. There's actually a full toss actually outside the off from Surajay. He was looking to try and play this down the ground when really he should have been trying to put it outside the off. Oh, drags that one to the fielder. They think about 2, but I don't think they're going to get there. It's a good, easy, steady throw from Aditya Paul. Hasn't he been good? Aditya Paul and Ali Masood have been fantastic. And those 8 overs have gone exactly the way I thought they could do from them. That's it towards the fielder. It's just going to be one again. You can hear the Maltese saying double up, double up, double up. But of course, if it's not on, then you can't get 2. Arslan just wants to move looks like he's bringing the fielder on the boundary. Sahil, looks like he wanted to bring Sahil in. It's played away. They'll just take a single again. So 110 or 210. Now 224. So remember, it's gone from around about that 270, 250, 240, 230. Now 223. I don't even think they'll get there. And that's played away. That could be a boundary there. That's a nice shot. Eldos Matthew gets 4. And just when I say I don't think they'll get to the 224, you see a shot like that play. That's a nice shot from Eldos. It's interesting that they stuck with Eldos. They obviously still feel that he can bring you something, because you saw that they dropped the tank. He doesn't play here. Imran Amir comes into the side to be the opener. He went first ball. That didn't work for them. 2:14 with the ball to go in the 9th. He might as well have a go. He will have a go. He hits this pretty well. Fielder comes across. Catch goes down. They think about going for the second. In comes the throw. Will they get there? They will. That's an opportunity. And he's done a lot of good things, has Aditya Paul, if he held on to this catch. But he doesn't. It's not the first he's put down in that area. Actually, remember early on, he maybe had the chance to remove Priyan on 22. And then it came off his leg and went for 4. So that's a chance there. Eldos gets dropped there on 10. And that over goes for 9, so slightly better. 216 going into the last over. Still though, just look at the breakdown. I mean, 151 it was at the halfway point. So they've only scored 65 in 9 overs. It's been a tremendous fight back, it really has. And in that time, they've also taken 6 wickets. So 65 for 6. I just get the feeling there could be another twist here. In comes the bowler. Played away. Now they're going to be taking on the fielder, I think. Here they come. Running back, in comes the throw. They will get there. Gets a couple. So looking, I mean, if they get to that 230, I think Malta will still feel that they're pretty confident. 220s remains wide open. It really does. 220s for me remains wide open, because all you need then is a batter from Estonia to do exactly what Priyan did, and this game is definitely very much alive. That one's a hit pretty straight. Got to go for 2 again. I don't think they're going to get a boundary there. And they're asking the question, this could be out. Well, the umpire was in the right spot here. Let's see this again. So here's the throw. It is a direct hit. The umpire's watching and probably just gets in. Nice to see the positioning there of the umpire. You see the bat just making its way in. So 2 runs, 2 more. The 220 now on the board with still 4 balls to go. Great bit of fielding. Fantastic throw there from the boundary. See it again here. Good pick up and throw. And just get in. Good positioning from Vinay Malhotra, the umpire. Oh, that's a wide ball. That's one thing that they've done so well, actually. The last 8 overs or so. I'm actually going to have a look if my system allows me to do it. Yeah, the last year we've seen, that's a wide there. The last wide that we had was in the 14th over from Ali Masood, and then before that it was in the 7th over. So the extras, the way they've contained them, been good. That's going to be dragged away against. They want to take on the arm. I think they are going for it. In comes the throw. This will be pretty close. I get the feeling he's not going to make it. He won't. That will be out. So Surjay Patel won't be able to make it back. They'll get 1, not 2. The 8th wicket goes down with 3 balls to go. Malta 2-2-2 on the board for 8. And going to be run out is Patel. Desperate dive to try and get there, and he's going to fall short. So Patel goes for 8 off 7. Can't blame him there. And they had to go for it, but a good arm, good throw, 1 bounce above the stumps. And Surjay had to run hard, did run hard. Jaswinder Singh now comes out. Jaswinder, let's see what sort of day he has with the ball. So I was pretty impressed with him yesterday. Pretty surprised he only got just the 2 overs. He was the man who had to bowl the last one. That's clipped quite nicely, but well fielded. Just going to be a single. Rupam gets down and dirty for his side. So 224 with a ball to go. Or was that 223? Yeah, 223. I think the scores are quicker than what I am. 2 balls to go. Would love a couple of boundaries here, Malta, to finish the innings, but boy, have they been starved of boundaries in the last 10 overs. Eldos, will he try and give himself a little bit of room and play another cut shot? Well, he hits that down the ground. Once again, got to turn and go here. He got to a little bit slow. It's Jaswinder. Can he get there? It's a good throw, but he will get there. Gets a couple. 225. Ball to go. Malta applauding, but Malta will know. They will know that they've allowed Estonia back in this. And that 250 that they were looking to get, or even at one point settling for 240, certainly doesn't happen. And unless this is hit for a boundary, it's not even going to be a 230 chase. It's not going to be a good delivery, and it's definitely going to be 1. Will it be 2? Probably not. No, says the umpire. Umpire shakes his head. So they're going to get 2 runs here. I don't think that decision is liked by the fielder. We'll see it here. And it's the hands, I think, that break the stumps. Maybe that's why. Let's have a look. Keep it going here. And yeah, it's not the ball. Doesn't have the ball in the hands. The umpire's absolutely right. Oh, just a wide gives them a chance now to maybe get to that 230 or 230 chase. It's hit pretty well. Got to be running hard. Got to be looking to come back for 2. They will come back for 2. Jaswinder, you might as well even go for another. Jaswinder, not the quickest, but he does get there. Jaswinder runs quicker when he's running back to his bowling mark that he did out the middle. So they will finish on 229. That means that the chase will be 230. 229 for 8. Last over there. Eventually, with the 2 being run there, will go for 13. So a slightly better finish from Malta. But what a good fight back that is being from Estonia. Got to credit them really, because at one point they looked down and out and miserable, it has to be said. But it certainly didn't start that way, we know that. As the 2 batters will get a nice warm round of applause. They'll be pretty satisfied. They'll have to bowl really well. And if they bowl at their best capabilities and take the chances, it can all go well. Well, this is the way it started with Rocky. He certainly played a good shot, but Imran Amir, he was done by an absolute beaut from Hassan. He went for a golden duck, and Imran Amir, all the netting he did this morning was all in vain. He won't get another chance out there. Whether he gets another chance playing for Malta, we'll never know. That was a half a chance to get Priyan when he was on 22. And it was Aditya Paul going for the catch. It caught his fingertips and then went onto his leg and went to the boundary. That was 50 for Priyan. But I said then at the time, he had so much time. He pulled up his 50, I think, in about the 6th over. He had so much time to go on and get his century. He would eventually get there, but I do think that is also what slowed Malta down. It's an interesting one, isn't it? He gets his century, but in the process of doing it, I think he slows Malta down, because I think if he just carried on batting his normal way and wasn't focusing on the century, I think they would have got that 250, you know. But this partnership worth 156 between Priyan and Rocky was quite outstanding. Rocky would bring up his first T20 international half century, but then soon after that he would go bowled there by an absolute beauty as Habib Khan decided he's going to turn into a seamer and not a spinner. He got the breakthrough, but I think the big moment came here was the LBW from Varun. There was the century. It finally would happen. But yeah, when we see this one from Varun, I don't think this is out. You know, I think the umpire gets this wrong. Umpire's probably thinking it hits the knee roll. It doesn't. Hits the back foot. But then wickets would go. Mahbub this time. There was no la-la time. He would go first ball. They would hold on to his catch. And we said before, if you're able to do that, who knows? Not only did they hold on to his catch, they held on to the others that presented themselves as well. That was a pretty simple one. Jamshed just gave it straight back to Hook. Hook was overjoyed. And then another one down the ground. This time, I think it was Jaspal Singh looking to see if he could get the ball over the head of Arslan. He couldn't. That was a nice shot from Eldos. Eldos, I suppose, at the end did give them a pretty nice finish. So he did stroke the ball beautifully there for 4. Then there was always going to be that frantic running that we used to seeing. And it would help Malta get to a score of 229. Eldos Matthew finishes on 14 of 8, not out there. But it's a story of 2 halves, it really is, with 151 coming off the first 10 overs and then only 78 off the second 10. So well done to Estonia, a good finish from them, good start from Malta, and they needed that rapid start from Rocky Dinesh and Priyan Pushparajan to get them going. Farhan Prasad will be a little bit disappointed with that decision, but we have to say it works both ways. I think there was a couple yesterday that didn't quite go the way of Estonia. It swings in roundabouts, folks, doesn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, people are only human. Game in the balance, I think. Malta have got the runs on the board. That means a lot, I think, in a crunch decider. But Estonia have certainly got the talent to go out there and get this win. They did it chasing 202 yesterday. Today, they've got to get 230 on the board for victory. Whichever way it goes, it's going to be a thoroughly entertaining finish to our time here in Malta. Join me, Rico Fullback, when we return in around about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the Marsa International Cricket Ground as umpire Sunil and Vinay lead the players out into the middle. Well, on this day in 1930, it was a rich entertainment for the crowd in Brighton as the great Dilip Shee laced a glorious 333 in just over 5 hours of play for Sussex against Northants. It was his highest first-class score and 21 more than Northants managed between them in the two innings. Only 3 batters have ever scored more runs in a day in first-class cricket. Brian Lara leads the way with 390 off his famous 501 not out for Warwickshire in 1924. And I think we're going to see some rich entertainment here as well in this. The reply from Estonia needing to get to a score of 230. And I was thinking about this, that remember yesterday we were saying that they need to go at 10s to get the 200. Well, it's only just the one more, isn't it? So it is 30 more, but when you look at that 30 spread over the 20 overs, it's why I feel that it's something that can be achieved. It looks like Mahbub, who today did get a golden duck, is going to start with the ball. And he will be bowling to Habib Khan, who's had a good time with the ball. I liked his last over when he certainly did get the ball to zip around when he went from spinner to medium pacer. Got the big wicket of Rocky. Let's see how he starts here. And it's in the air. We'll get in the gap where backward point is being pushed to the boundary. And it'll be a single to get off the mark as Stefan Gooch gets on strike. I know when I was speaking to Steph about that thumb injury, he was saying that obviously it's not ideal, but it's the bottom hand, so he doesn't feel it as much most of the time. But of course, when he plays certain shots, he will feel it. And remember, they did try and hide him as well as they could in the field so he wouldn't damage it. They've managed to do that, and let's see how he performs here. Mahbub to Gooch. It's going to be swung away, and that will be the first boundary. 4 runs. Stefan Gooch gets a short one, gets onto it, and no signs of any kind of discomfort. So he opens his account with a boundary. Yeah, a little bit too short from Mahbub Ali. And he gets the treatment. Be interesting to see how the field is deployed here today by Malta. Of course, I was a little bit critical of them leaving so many singles out there yesterday, particularly on the leg side. Short again. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Mahbub still looking to get that short delivery in. I think he was trying actually here, looking at that delivery again. You know he's got the man on the 45 on the boundary. Maybe he was trying to get him in play with that one. One more to the board. Well, there's that shot. And Stefan says, well, I know what your plan is, but you know what? I'm ready for it. And Mahbub, it's not a good start, and I think he's probably going to change his tactics here now as he pushes the man back on the point. Lovely shot from Stefan. And left-handers just loved that ball in that area. And you can see, I mean, 80, just remember that, 80%, it probably started with actually being more one-sided to Malta. And I think because you've seen that the 2 boundaries there, it's gone to what it is now. But we'll still remember that 80 to 20% in favour of Malta. I think it was probably very much the same yesterday in that second match. Estonia came and won it, and Stefan Gooch did score a half century. Scored 57 of 33. Stuart Hook 51 of 31, and Aston Amjad also played the match performance, 64 for him. And this one, well, it's not clever bowling at all. Not clever. Mahbub Ali is just bowling runs at the moment to Stefan Gooch. Big smile on the face there, you can see, of Habib. And just getting this completely wrong. So Lala, not really sure what he's thinking here, but he just keeps putting it onto the hip of Steph, and Steph keeps saying, thank you very much. And he's not the kind of guy that, I mean, no batter, no dangerous batter. You don't want to deliver him 3 balls on a platter which he can put you away and then get him going. And Stefan Gooch is definitely that caliber of a player. Change of angle. And, well, gets this one through. That height on the offside, I suppose, is better, but you can see Mahbub. Not a good start from him, 16 off the over. Just he win. And Malta, again, they'll be setting themselves plans to try and stay on top of this game. But when you're starting to give it away 16 straight away, it's not the ideal start. Whereas I think Estonia, they will be looking at, get played away, and the fielder will do the fielding out there. That's nicely done. Good work. Scrambles down to make the stop. Keeps it to just a single, so 17 off that first over. It's a good start. They have tried, remember, they've tried Wasim Abbas opening up with the ball, and he hasn't gone too well either. And Malta just haven't been able to, in I think all 3 matches that they played. Estonia, of course, always been chasing and always got the better start. Estonia have just seemed to know what's coming their way, and it's only when the likes of Varun or Priyan come on to bowl, probably after about the 6th over, 5th or the 6th over, do they start to get back on top and slow that rate down. So the opening bowlers just haven't really worked for Malta. David Marks, he's going to come on and bowl a little bit earlier than what we have seen from him. He normally comes on after we've seen the likes of Wasim Abbas, who, of course, not in the side this time. Wasim, no surprise really. He never really inspired with the bat or with the ball. So they need David Marks to go well here. Of course, they have got Elders Matthews and also Jasminder Singh on the side, Imran Amir. They might use him as that 3rd slower bowler as well. So Steph to face Marks. They have got point back. Haven't got a 3rd back though. See that inside the circles where Jamshid is. Oh, it's a full toss, and it's another one that gets put away. Probably just one bounce before the rope. In fact, no, it goes all the way. It's going to be 6. Well, Stefan Gooch, at the moment, they just seem to be bowling so poorly to him. That one's probably just below the waist, but David Marks, he starts with a loose delivery. It's given, well, I suppose you could argue, it's hard to tell with the white rope and the white ball. This is where my idea of the zinger rope comes into play. The ball touches it, it starts lighting up. And I'm not sure what the umpire is signalling, saying something to somebody. But yeah, Gucci, what a start. 21 of just 6 deliveries. They haven't bowled well to him, though, it has to be said. Mahbub, 3 balls, short balls to allow him to pull on hook, and Mark starts with a loose full toss. Now he's going to come over the wicket. Gets played away, this to the fielder. A lot of noise being made here by, I think it's Esti's turn to make the noise. You know that Malta, certainly the first 10 overs of their innings were making plenty. Rocky just making some little adjustments to the field, I could see there. Well bowled, better delivery. Marks it, just a single this time. Of course, we know that he does like to go to the slower delivery every so often as well. So, Stefan Gooch. Staying focused. We saw him score a fine half-century yesterday. Habib Khan, he's made starts. He's sort of kind of been the Rocky Dinesh of Estonia. He's made starts, but not gone on to a big score. I think got to a 30 yesterday. No, gets sent back. Probably wasn't on there. There's the sprightly figure of Imran Amir comes in and keeps it to a dot. Welcome back to the viewers. And a few people saying top performance there in Jersey. And when it was finally there was a win there for the Yorkshire Cricket College. And the Spitfires, well, they misfired 116 for 8, and Yorkshire Cricket College got there with 3 balls to go after they, of course, were beaten in the first match of the day. And right now it's going to be the Eastern Royals taking on the Western Towers, and the Western Towers will be having a bowl first. Vinny Sandhu and Danny Hudicek talking you through the action there.
That's high, and it's going to keep going. That's a good hit. 6 runs as Habib gets his first boundary. And safe shot to play, knowing that that fielder is inside the circle. Nicely put away. And good shot. The end of the over. This is why this is so important. 30 off the first 2, so they're well ahead where they want to be. A win apiece from both of these. Malta won the first. Estonia came back and stole it at the end yesterday. And now Malta looking to defend this 229, but they've allowed Estonia to get up to a good start. 200 required off 108 deliveries. And wickets and partnerships, we know that. Malta did that pretty well for the first 10 overs, but then wickets did go. Rocky got bowled beautifully by Habib, who's out there at the moment, and then there was one followed another. And Priyan, he did, remember Imran Amir, of course, was the first to go for a golden duck. Then Varun Prasad, an LBW, which, you know, he went, Mahbub came out. I mean, that will be, yeah, okay, maybe if you really analysed it properly, probably wasn't out. Mahbub, he knew what he was going to do, go for the big shot, caught on the boundary. No mistakes this time from Sahil Chauhan. And they just kept on losing wickets, and I told you at the spread, that's not quite out of the middle, but it's still going to go to the boundary. I don't know what this thing is with them bowling short here to Gooch. I have to say, I mean, we're watching sort of an international contest here, and I haven't seen, that's the Stefan's 9th deliveries on 26. I haven't seen probably 7 bad balls bowled so early in a contest as I have here. I mean, Malta, they're bowling very bad to Steph here, and it's just bad lines, bad areas. He's going to go back around the wicket now to Steph, but they've got a plan to see if they can get him out with a short delivery. It ain't going to work. Steph plays the hook and the pull very well. That's flicked away. That's going to be 4 runs as well. He's on the pads, and Mahbub just can't get this right. Stephanie's having a field day out there at the moment. Yeah, they're not bowling well to the left-hander, and I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, look at that. It's a terrible ball. And Steph just says, thank you very much. He's probably, all the pain of that hand and that thumb has disappeared here at the moment, because he's raced to 30 of just 10 balls. What a strike rate that is. And they're just bowling runs at the moment. And Varun Prasad, you can see, is having a chat to Mahbub and saying, look, you know, put an offside field in place and bowl to your field. I think Varun's the captain. I mean, he's given Mahbub another over here. I must be honest, I probably wouldn't have done so, not after the first one went as it did. And that one's a better delivery. Goes Fuller. 17 came off that first. Marks his first, goes for 13. And Mahbub, that's probably one thing that Estonia did pretty well. If you didn't bowl a good over, you didn't come back until maybe you were given a chance a bit later, maybe you weren't. I think they just feel that Mahbub, that's played pretty well down the ground. It will be just the one. See, you're much better off pitching the ball up. I mean, Stefan Gooch is only
he's only going to play those shots, the risk-free shots, of course, if you're going to bowl badly to him. If you bowl him a good ball early on, he'll stroke it around, he'll take the singles. So Malta, maybe the little advantage that they had by those, I mean, they scored 30, call it 30 more in this match than they did yesterday, but they've given that away pretty early, haven't they? And Mahbub just making some little changes here now to Habib, who will be eyeing up the straight shot. Nobody there. Oh, he just drops onto this. Wants to go. Mahbub picks up. If he hits, it could be gone. It just bounces over the stumps. It's good work from Mahbub. And for a big guy, he works pretty quickly, and Varun likes that better. So he goes for it. He turns. I think this one hits probably the edge of the pitch and goes over, but if he hits, he's gone. And he had all the stumps to aim for. He had to be pretty quick. On another day, Mahbub will say. Could have had his man. Right, now back to Steph. 10 have come off the over. Well, that's probably going to be okay, says the umpire. Well, Gucci, probably a bit like me, I think, probably thought it's one of those that could go either way. Umpire feels it's okay, and Mahbub will finish with a dart, so just the 10 off that one, but still more than enough at the moment in the first 3 overs. You can see the difference, and you know, not that much in it. Remember, this was that big over of 23. That came off Hassan, he's second. So 39 for 1 as opposed to 40, but 40 without loss. And that's the key here. Thomas Martinez, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo las cosas? Montelus was saying, yeah, top stuff there from the college boys for getting a win. Of course, cricket T10 there in Jersey. They're getting ready for the start of their third match. And Marks gets this one through. Good heavy ball outside the off there to Habib, who gets a swing on. He's got to be a bit careful. They have got the third back. Dot balls is what needs to be on the menu here for Malta. They want a few of those. They want to win a few overs here now and start to get themselves getting that a bit of that feel-good factor. That's hit really as far as Mahbub. Doesn't time that well at all. So good applause here for David Marks as he goes back to his mark. Haven't seen that slower ball yet. You know, he's itching to bowl it. I think he's got to be careful. He hasn't really got, he's got a wide long on. He has got nobody straight. Oh, that's a spicy delivery. They like it, and he's gone. And that is a really top-notch delivery from David Marks. A little bit of masala in the middle. Dekhlo. Gande kaatke, adhak lasan paake, meta bhi paake, janga turka laya. It's too hot and spicy for Khan, and he's going to go for 8 of 8. That's a really quick, sharp delivery. Here it is again. Oh, just gets a little bit on it. Really is good. Well, I suppose I'm not going to be taking Habib Khan to the discotheque with me. He's going to get into trouble with the bouncer, isn't he? And they get that breakthrough. Habib will go for 8. And it's a great delivery from Marks. It really is. Well, we're talking about him itching to bowl the slower delivery. Instead, he goes for the quick, spicy one. And Rocky holds on to the catch. And David Marks takes the first wicket. Was in good form yesterday, was Marks in the first win. He picked up 3 for 31. And that's a good delivery. It really is. It was a great ball. All right, Ali Masood now comes in at number 3. This could go similarly to like the first kind of 10 overs yesterday, where Stefan Gooch is scoring runs, but he needs somebody also there to be with him. That's played to the fielder. No run. What a cracking over this has been so far from Marks. No runs from the first 4 deliveries. He gets the wicket off the opener, Habib. And, really bowling well. I suppose suppose you could turn around and say they just haven't been able to find the key to the left-hander, to Steph. They have bowled okay to the right-handers, even Mahbub. Oh, it's another really good top seed. That's beautifully bowled. Let's have a look at this again. It's an absolute jaffa from Marks. Oh, what a great seed that is. Masood gets well beaten. And looking at a maiden here. Five balls, no runs, 1 wicket. Mahbub has a little word with Marks. I think it should be the other way around, maybe. In he comes. In the air, it's just going to be wide off the fielders. He'll get a single, no maiden, but just a 1 run from it. And he will take the strike away also from Stefan Gooch. 41 for 1 at the end of 4. Top quality bowling from David Marks. And no spring chicken, of course, Marks. I've often commented that I've seen him playing here in Malta. Look how dynamic that is, how things come down there pretty aggressively. Yeah, David Marks have been coming to Malta. I think first time I came to Malta was probably in 20. Yeah, born in 86. So he'll be 40. He'll be 40 in August. I'm making a change in the field here. Mahbub, I can't believe they're going back to him. I really can't. Oh, that's going to be just pushed away. Now this is where it becomes interesting. So I suppose Masood does the right thing. He gets a single. They obviously feel, I suppose, Varun feels that there's something here you can get from Mahbub. I wonder if it's going to be, I mean, do you think they're going to bowl him, maybe bowl him out, and then Mahbub maybe sits it out a bit and they get a 12? I don't know. Certainly he hasn't justified coming back for it. I mean, if this is short, he haven't got the field set for it. Let's see what he does here. It's a bit fuller, so I suppose that's a better delivery. And he's also got 2 sweepers at the offside, so this is a better plan. But of course, he's got to bowl to it. And the same plan was in place, I think, for his first 2 overs, where he just didn't bowl to it. So Steph gets set for the next. And it's played down the ground. I think they would like to here, but I don't think they're going to get them. As that's well fielded by Jamshid. Jamshid's a very good fielder. We've seen him take some really good catches on the boundary. He was certainly pretty key on the leg side mid-wicket boundary in the ECIs, wasn't he? We'll come back into the circle here now to Ali Masood. So after a cracking start, Estonia, they've just been pegged back a little bit, particularly after that over from David Marks. That's a shorter one. It's in the air. Now where's this going to land? Fielders are still chasing, and they will chase it down. Well done. Well, it's not ideal. Probably Marks is saying, hey, you know I'm bowling the next over. Next over ball. Not ideal, yeah, but it doesn't go to the boundary, but it does. See, the thing I don't get about that kind of delivery, if you're going to bowl it, then get the field set. You know, just say to the captain, hey, Skip, 3rd ball, I'm going to do this. So just move him back, will you? And move the mid-wicket in or something, you know. Set the plan. That's a lovely shot. Work to be done by Jamshid. Comes across. Are they going to take on the arm? It's a pick-up. In comes the throw. And, ooh. I think they're just feeling the need to take these 2s on. They will get there this time. We see that he leaves this because he thinks if it hits, but the batter makes it back quite comfortably. Actually, that's pretty well run. Jamshid had to come from a long way round. The 2 batters just having a chat about something here. And I think Steph is probably just saying to Ali Masood, hey, you know, if it's there or thereabout, we're taking these on. And maybe he's actually said to him, hey, last ball of the over, I'd like to take the single because I like to have a go at Marksy. We'll see. It's well bowled, and that's the better line now. Mahbub, that's what he should be bowling. So I don't know what he did in his first 2 overs, but that's better. And now Mahbub and Steph have let's share a little word together, and they know each other quite well, of course. 5 overs in, and score 47 for the 1. So they're kind of going at the same sort of pace they were yesterday, but remember how Malta were going at the 5 over mark. They had now really accelerated. They were 78. And, so the difference between the two at the moment, well, 78 is, let's see there, they've got some work to catching up on as we have a look at where we are with us here on the network. So finishing here today, the Liberation Series continues in Jersey. Greece action will start there on Friday when we'll see Tina Goff in action in the middle, not in the commentary box. We'll see her in the commentary box at Sweden, at Landskrona. And I know a few people, some of our crew, also been asking us about how it is. I think Steph just having some treatment there to that thumb. Probably having some more tape put on it. But yeah, Sweden, Landskrona, a lot of people saying to me, what's it like? Well, it's lovely. Landskrona is a beautiful city. It really is. The architecture there is very, what's the best way to describe it? It's sort of very old Gothic. So it's nice. It's got some character to it. And the ground itself, well, it was the blue pitch there at Landskrona. We also used to call it Malmo. And close to the coast there is the ground. And then I'll be back in action on the 15th in Estonia, where we start with some T20 internationals, then we have the ECIs, and then we have the European Cricket Series. So some of these guys are not going to get a lot of rest. There's going to be a lot of cricket to be played for the Estonians, so they're not going to have too much of a time to recover as well. Here's Marks. How does he go to Steph? It's up in the air, and that's played beautifully. That's a lovely shot. Straight down, so David Marks, his first one to Steph, goes for 4. And I think he's already thinking of that slower ball. Of course, still got this over, then the power play is done. So that I think Steph is trying to make the most of that power play. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. And some conversation now happening. I think Imran Amir now saying something to Steph. I don't know what he's saying. But that ball now has to be found in the bushes. Varun Prasad just having a chat saying, hey, do you want to put a man straight down there? And you can't really, I don't think you want to be following the ball too much, but Varun is certainly thinking about doing that, I think, here to Steph. But of course, Steph, we've seen already, he plays so many good shots. I think they are making that move, and I don't think I like this move, actually. If I'm honest, I know, all right, that's a good shot from Steph, but it was there for it. But I think if this ball is slightly shorter, short of a length, then Steph will be looking to just guide this into the area where they've just brought Jaswinder in from. And that was, of course, that the wide third man. They've still got point out. So they do make a change. Let's see if it's pitched up again here for Marks. It is that slower delivery that you thought would come. It does come. And it does tend to use it when perhaps he's in trouble. But that's a good slow delivery because it's nice and straight. Steph says, not this time, buddy. You've had me once, but you're not going to get me this time. This is why it's so key that Steph, even though he's not 100%, that he plays. It's a big player for Estonia. If he starts well, he gives them a lot of confidence and momentum. It's played away. That's going to be another boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a little bit too short. And it doesn't really get the bounce this time. It's a good shot played away. Steph looking to make the most off the power play, looking to make it back-to-back 50s as well. Moves into the 40s pretty quickly, 43 of just 20 deliveries. Now this is exactly what Estonia needed from Steph yesterday. He did fall, but the good news was for him yesterday that Stuart Hook and Arslan Amjad also came in and scored half centuries. A bit of discussion. You'll see that Mahbub and David Marks having a chat. Mahbub takes the time to work a bit of shine on the ball while they do. Slower again, maybe. Oh, let's be whipped away. They're taking this on. A good throw could be in trouble. Well, he's gone. Direct hit. He's going to be gone. Ali Masood will go for 3. Direct hit. Great pickup, great throw. The umpire, Vinay Malhotra, puts the finger up and Malta get another. And sometimes a little bit of magic required to get a breakthrough. And this could be your HCL software play of the day. Brilliant pickup, a little hesitation from Stefan, and there go down the stumps. You can see it's going to be very, very close, but the umpire in the right place at the right time says that Ali Masood is going to have to go. It's the second wicket that will go down. Smaller margins, it has to be said, but Masood has to depart for 3 or 5, gets run out. And I think run out going to the danger end. And that's the difference here. Let's look at this again. Yeah, HCL play of the day. Great pickup, great throw. And is that man again, Jamshad, said that he in the field can be a real key, a real gun. And he gets the wicket, he gets the decision. The second one goes. And Sahil Chauhan makes his way out. Chauhan underperformed so far, I think, in this series. Started to get clicking yesterday, and then he got a, I've got to say, it's an LBW decision, which I think probably, again, you'd say he was a bit unlucky with. I think he got a fair bit of bat on the ball. But anyway, that was yesterday. Oh, he's gone. First ball. I think he's chopped this on. David Marks has got the big wicket. Sahil Chauhan is going to be gone. Golden duck for Sahil. I don't think this one comes up as much as he was hoping it would or playing for. It stays a little bit lower and he chops it right back onto his stumps. Sahil Chauhan will be bowled, and David Marks, who was the destroyer yesterday with the threefer in the first match, is doing it again this time. There's another one, bites the dust. That's a big wicket. And it could be a team hat-trick, of course, because the one before was the direct hit run out. So it won't go on the board as a hat-trick, but it could be a team hat-trick. And Mahbub talking there to David Marks, says now the captain, Aslan Amjad, comes out. Amjad comes out before Stuart Hook. I suppose this is because of the form that he showed yesterday. Play of the match performance, 64-34 to keep his team in it. And a last ball finish when the scores were tied resulted in Estonia winning. So Malta, even though Steph is still there and going well on 43, other batters, other wickets are falling, so 2 and 2. The run out because of the direct hit from Jamshad. And then Sahil Chauhan just, wow, how unlucky. Just the way it goes sometimes. Plays it onto his stumps. Arslan facing Hees first. And just gets pushed away. It goes under David, and you see Stefan Gooch saying, wait there, no run, end of the over. It's a pretty good spell there from David Marks. There was 2 boundaries in there. Remember, Stefan Gooch hits the ball for the single. There was a bit of hesitation from Steph as well when they went for it. Now, I don't know if that's what slowed Ali Masood down, but he doesn't get home. Direct hit. And then the very next ball, Sahil Chauhan plays on. So 55 for 3. 2 wickets in that over. And things seem to happen from the over of David Marks. Picks up another wicket. And there's a runner in there. 2 for 22 for him. Stefan Gooch now becomes a huge key here, doesn't he? And they're going to go to Jaswinder. And Jaswinder, the man who likes to run back to his mark. And he has got 2 men straight. A bit wide, I think, Steph. When he hits straight, tends to hit pretty straight. And let's see how this works from so far. But Jaswinder, very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler. Steph just has a quick look at the field as he gets set. He's got 43. The score is 55. It was very similar yesterday. I think he scored 50 and the score was about 60-something. In the air, this could be the chance. And it's being grabbed. Jamshad has got the wicket. The super fielder, Jaswinder Singh, has got the breakthrough. He's got Stefan Gooch. Gucci will go for 43. And just look at the joy from Malta. They know how big a wicket that is, but they had the field set. Jamshad, who moments ago was absolutely brilliant in getting the run out of Ali Masood, holds on to the prize wicket, you would feel, of Stefan Gooch, who goes for 43. And remember, he scored 43 off those 55 runs, and off those 55, just the one extra so far, just the one wide, but that is a huge wicket. And now you basically got two new batters out there in the middle, and Jaswinder, who was, I think, under-bowled yesterday for me in that second match when he came on to bowl that last over when they needed the, what was it from they needed last over, I think 11. He'd bowled only the one over, and it was 5 runs came from it, and he took, I think, yeah, just 5 runs from the one over, and he never got bowled again until the last. And he has the unfortunate memory of that ball number 5 being hit for 6 by Hassan, and then when scores are tied, the winning runs were hit as well. But he starts with a wicket. Another day, a different story maybe. 55 for 4, Estonia. They got a cracking start. 30 off the first 2, 40 of 3, and now it's going a bit pear-shaped. Jaswinder bowling now to Hassan, the man who hit him for 6 yesterday to win the match. Well, how the tables have turned. Yesterday it was Ilyas Hassan who smashed the big 6 of Jaswinder to win the match. Now Ilyas Hassan comes out there to join his captain, and he's got to try and help to get a partnership going. My feeling here is, though, by the way, folks, I'll check to see if anything has come through on my screen, but we haven't seen Stuart Hook, who I did say yesterday was probably one of the players of the day, certainly for Estonia. Nothing on my, sometimes my announcement board, I should say. So I just get the feeling that he could have an injury. Remember, well, that's hit well down the ground, but Pushparajan gets there and keeps it. Just they're taking it on, and it's a long way to throw, and Arslan will get back. They'll take the 2. Yeah, remember he made that stop pretty close in when he got a hand to the ball. It hit the thumb part of his right hand pretty hard. I wonder if that's the reason why we haven't seen him just yet. Just win that slower ball. Could be close, you know. Umpire says no. Oh, this is close. I'd like to see this one again. Was it just drifting down the leg side? Let's see. It's a slower, clever delivery. And oh, I don't know what that's missing. I don't know what's that missing, if I'm honest. I think he gets very lucky here, the batter. Well, as I said, look, folks, sometimes it swings in roundabouts, but I do think that that's a huge lucky break. I think Arslan, and look at Jaswinder, he can't believe it. He wants to know why it's not out. Oh, that is a really close call. I can't see what that was missing. One gets played out, and Priyan, who was looking at me there saying, Rico, of course I don't make the decisions, but I do have to say, if I'm being honest, if I'm the umpire standing and that's what I see, I know what I'm doing. Of course, many people will say the umpire is always standing in the best position, but Jaswinder, what a cracking over. Arslan, he gets lucky there, I think, on 2. He really does. But yesterday, remember, there was one that was given that we thought it was unlucky. So it swings in roundabouts, folks. It swings in roundabouts. Be interesting to see what our people in the chat think. But good over there from Jaswinder. Just the 4 runs from it. The 1 wicket, it's 60 for 4. So with every over after that good start, 17, 13 and 10 of the first 3, it's gone 1, 6, 8 and 4. And I wonder if they're going to stick with, they are sticking with David Mark. So one thing that we've noticed, the difference between Malta and Estonia when it comes to using the bowlers. If you're bowling well for Malta, they don't mind keeping you on. So David Marks, now whether he said himself, look, I'm bowling good, I'm feeling good, I'd rather stay on. Well, that's the plan here. So Marks will come back on again here to Ilyas Hassan. Both batters, same record at the moment, 3 balls, 2 runs. Malta starting to put the squeeze on. Oh, absolute beauty of a ball. Really is. I mean, he's got some to go through here, Marks. I mean, he's just hitting the deck hard, isn't he? I mean, look at this. I mean, it's a cracking ball. Look at that climb. Look at that climb. What a ball. Just wonder here if he's getting that sort of bounce, whether he wants to think about even putting somebody in there, catching, and then move the third man in between the catcher to move him a bit finer. I mean, of course, not going to get every ball to behave the same. Marks again. Oh, it's the same areas, gets a little bit closer here. Hassan probably not picking the angle that David Marks is bowling at. David Marks seems to be coming just from a little bit wider and angling that ball in. My bowling instincts is telling me slow ball maybe. Let's see. Slower ball for Marksy after beating him twice. Stretch and a dive for Marksy. Gets that away. I think he just goes a little bit fuller here. Doesn't go with the slow one straight away. Arslan Amjad, what a big role he's got to play here. Yesterday, if you remember back to his innings in that partnership between him and Stuart Hook, he was there a long time before he actually got going. I think at one point he was probably going at around about, I'd guess 15 of 10 balls, something like that. It took him a while to go, but when he did go, he did start to find his form. So I think he'd be looking to think about doing the same here. He just got to spend a bit of time in the middle, get his iron, because the rate could go up to that 14, 15 mark. Remember, it did yesterday get to 15. But once he gets himself in, I think he can do that quite easily. We saw them do it yesterday, so he won't be too deterred by that. And that's called a wide on this occasion. Arslan does have a big swing at it, but the umpire says wide ball. I want to say thank you to Tyrone Peters, who in the break brought me a lovely nice sandwich. Of course, just the one match today, so I think we sort of get a little snack, and I think Tyrone went out and I got us all a little snack to it, and it was very tasty indeed. It sort of had like a little mini baguette. It's full, but there is a fielder out there. Yeah, mini baguette which had some nice meat and a lovely sauce. It was quite like a tomato chutney, a bit of sweet and sour. It was nice. I enjoyed it. So thanks to Tyrone Peters. Big thanks actually to the whole gang here. I think here in Estonia, everybody's done really well. Paolo and Nilkesh, of course, who makes his way back today, same as Tina. Wants to run, not going to take it. Oh, he's going nowhere. Direct hit, but this time he does get back. He's running, but he's looking at Arslan, who is not moving, but he just keeps on running and then has to get back. It's another very good over. Only the 3 of that one. So this is following exactly the same sort of pattern yesterday. There was the good overs when Stefan Cooch was going. Then he got out and it really slowed down. We had about 4 or 5 overs where it went 4, 3, 5, 4. But then it just changed. Varun Prasad came onto bowl and he was giving runs away. I think it went to 9s and 10s, and then of course that partnership developed between Arslan and Stuart Hook, and then before you know it, it was like 15s and 18s and over, and they would go on and win it. One mistake that I think that Malta made yesterday was when they were setting this leg side field, and they're doing it again today. I wonder if we can just see the field at some point, maybe after this ball, but there's nobody in on the leg side, and I just think they're quite happy, like here now. So every time the ball is hit in that area, there's a single. Maybe we can have a look at that field now, just on that right-hand side from the camera in the tower, because they've got 3 men on the leg side, all on the boundary, nobody inside. So look, the opposition needing just under 14 and over. why give them 1 for nothing? I mean, they've got 3 men very close to each other on the right-hand side of the offside. I understand that field because basically you're saying, right, this is what we want. Catching chance maybe, and taken. Another wicket goes down, and Jaswinder gets another, and Ale celebration time as well. As he's firing the arrows. Is that Surajay Patel? Let's have a look. Well, this is a shot. Doesn't quite get it right, Hassan. And this time it's Surajay who holds on to the catch. And then well, the archery range is the other side, Surajay Patel. And maybe he goes to the archery range in his spare time, but holds on to the catch. Hassan, no heroics from him this time. He'll go for 3 of 7. Patel holds on to the catch. Jaswinder gets another wicket. And at the moment, I know that they've got batters out there, but nothing happening. And Rupam now comes out. Now that tells me that there definitely is an issue with Stuart Hook. Definitely. Otherwise, Stuart Hook would have come out by now. But yeah, my thing on this field is 3 on the leg side, all on the boundary. Fine, you want to protect the boundaries. I would still have 1 inside, or about mid-wicket, or just for that single. All right, there's a chance there will be a single. But I would just have 1, and what I might be able to do is just, instead of the 3 that I've got in the line there on the offside, tighten that up with 2 and bring 1 across. That's my thoughts, because I think yesterday Malta, when they had this same sort of position, because they allowed Estonia to keep picking up those singles and 2s in that area. And now, this is the other thing here. Oh, if you got those 3 men close, there should never be a single there as well. So a couple of things. So if you've got 3 there, maybe 1 a little bit closer, because if you're still getting a single there, then that field isn't working for you. So maybe Imran has to be a little bit closer. So maybe have a little triangle there. So Imran in front of the 2. I think they've made a little change there now. Imran is a little bit closer. Here comes Jaswinder. He's bowled so well at the moment. Arslan goes for the shot, doesn't get it right. Jamshad is there as always. Does the fielding, 1 bounce back to Jaswinder. Yeah, Rupam coming in, then that tells me that Stuart Hook definitely does have an issue. I'm getting nothing coming through. And obviously maybe he's got some ice on it. Maybe he's had some magic spray administered to it. But he would certainly be in by now if he was fit. It's another swing and a miss. And all the noise you can hear at the moment is from Malta. They're up and about now. They've got the energy. They know they've got the key wickets. 5 down. Score in the 60s. Estonia not getting the boundaries. Is swinging and missing. Jaswinder bowling well. David Marks has bowled beautifully, by the way. And Malta feeling that they could be here picking up the victory. Even the hits that are happening are not going to the boundary, going to hand. And that one's been thrown over Rocky Dinesh, but it's a good arm from the fielder out there. Is the end of another over, end of another good one from Jaswinder. 4 come from it, but another wicket as well. Estonia 67 for 5. And where are these runs now going to come from? That's the question here. From where? And over to go before we get to the drinks break. But just have a look at that. Look how it started, and then it just that one. Well, that 1 wicket and that 1 for 1 from David Marks, quite sensational start from him, and they just haven't been able to pick it up. I suppose the only thing you can say here, 163 recorded 60, the rate is at 14. We have seen Estonia come back from this. All right, they didn't lose quite as many wickets yesterday at this point, but they did come back, though the score there was 200, not 230. So I'm not prepared to ride them out just yet. Going for it. Fielder there, and that's going to clear them. Now this is one thing that they still can do. So Rupam gets this right. Not too many have gone all the way down there, but Rupam backs himself, hits it out of the middle. Boom! Shakalagya, bully. Rupam Bararu has come out, and in just 4 balls, he's already overtaken his captain, who's had 7 balls for 5. But we know they can do it. Jaspal Singh, the surprise bowler, bowling the 10th over. Jaspal with the ball, even in that European Cricket Spring Series in the ECIs when we saw him, just never looked as threatening and as dangerous as when we saw him early in the year in February. Here he comes again. It's up in the air this time. It's going to be another boundary. So, yeah, okay, Estonia. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Maybe this is the over to come back and make the change. Yesterday, the change came for me. Remember there was that one over from Varun Prasad. It was around about the same stage. Or was it? No, actually it was the 11th over. So Varun Prasad came on to bowl and he bowled a no ball, which never got put away, but the free hit was hit for 6. That over went for 10. Then after that, they just kept on going. 10s became 12s, became 13s, became 15s, and they eventually got to a point with 11 off the last. They won it. So maybe this over could be the game-changing one. Malta will be happy to go and have a little drinks break after this. Estonia, well, we know that the team talk at the drinks interval when Malta were batting did the world of difference for them. They came out a different side, and maybe it will be the same this time as well. Pushed away. There should be a single here. They'll take that easily. So the best over in a while coming up here now for Estonia from Jaspal. That's now 12 off it. Well stopped, Imran Amir. It's rolling back the years with that stop. High, 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 say the Maltese. And Jaspal, after the 6 and a 4, he finishes pretty well. 13 will come off that. So it's a second best over. 13 came off the second from Marks. That was his first. So good comeback here. Let's have a look at what's happening tonight in Belgium as the players. They will take some drinks with Estonia 80 for 5 at the halfway point. Malta at this point had already put 150 on the ball. But remember, in the next 10, they scored just 78. So Hasselt and Beveren, this is a big match because these two teams, they go head to head. And when I was looking at the standings a little bit earlier, the winner would then go top spot. Now, I'm just seeing if we can bring up those tables up for you now. So at the moment, the Brussels Warriors are top with 19, having played 8. Hasselt have only played 6 matches and are on 17, so 2 behind. And 2 behind them, having played 1 more than Hasselt, are Beveren. So if whoever wins 2 matches today could finish at the top of the standings. And I suppose if they both win 1 apiece, then it looks like that the Warriors would still probably maintain at least a second spot. What can I tell you about today? Hey, this is a good one. In 1991, there was the most thrilling finish imaginable in Haryana when they beat their host, the Bombay, by just 2 runs in the Ranji Trophy final. Chasing 355 in 67 overs on a worn last day pitch, Bombay looked dead at 305 for 9. But Dilip Mansaka cracked the target within range as the debutant Abhay Kurvilla held on grimly at the other end. Mansaka walloped 26 off 1 over until 3 were needed. But then Kurvilla was run out after a mix-up. Mansaka, who was left undefeated after a marvellous 138 of 139 balls, wept in the middle at the finish. Well, you can imagine it is one of those. And 1900 and an amazing county championship match in Bradford, Worcestershire, as a Worcestershire skittled Yorkshire for 99 and then lost by an innings because they were blown away for 43 and 51 themselves, with Wilfred Rhodes returning match figures of 11 for 36. So, hey, stranger things can happen. That's why the game of cricket is always so fascinating. Okay, Jaswinder to continue with Estonia needing 150 exactly in 60 balls which means they have to go at 15 and over. It also means that Rupam Baru and Ahsan Amjad hopefully had some of the strong stuff in their drinks to get them going. Jaswinder with the ball, looking to keep up the good work he started. And he does bowl well. It's just pitched up nicely and fully. And you just feel, don't you? I mean, I know we often say, you hear us say a lot in the European Cricket Series, ECIs, ECO, ECC, ECWs, ECCW, we say, pitch the ball up. But of course, if you pitch the ball up sometimes, the batters can get under it and hit you well down the ground, 50-metre boundaries. But with these boundaries being bigger, it's not always the case. So it's always a good idea to get the ball pitched up. It goes a little bit too wide on this occasion, does Jaswinder. And you don't mind that. I think Arslan, you know, he is looking to go down the ground. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't put somebody back on the third boundary. I think they just feel that with Arslan, there's a merit in giving up a boundary if you can get a catch. I sort of get that. He's probably the last key cog left. That's well bowled. Beautiful delivery. Arslan moves a little bit here to give himself room to play that big shot, and Jaswinder follows him. What a good ball this is. Let's have a look at this. Good cricket, Jaswinder. He sees Arslan move, watch, and then he says, oh no you don't, and puts it right where Arslan is moving. Arslan wants that ball to be on the stump so he can whip it away. Clever bowling from Jaswinder. I wonder if he bowls a slower ball here. He does. It gets dragged. There's a fielder out there, Jamshid. He's not going to get beaten, is he? Yeah, good bowling again, slow ball. And the reason why I said I wonder if he bowls a slow ball, bowl it slower and straighter. So Arslan does the same thing, but because the ball's slower, if he does go and play that shot, well, he could end up being bowled. So good stuff so far here. In comes Jaswinder again. And now this time, that's a bit of a full toss. The umpires will surely have a look at the height on this as well. I haven't seen any signal as yet. Now, does he get away with it? Let's see. It looks like he does. The umpires, no signal. So it wasn't the best of deliveries. It was pretty wide. It was that attempted slower one from Jaswinder. But again, no damage done. You can see just on the replay there, probably was on its way down. I think Jaswinder is probably, you know, with Jaswinder, Pranay, who of course bowled brilliantly yesterday, but we did see him play here today in this match. But Jaswinder, Pranay, probably been the pick of my bowlers actually. They bowled really well. Jaswinder yesterday, like I say, was very surprised that he only got the one over before he was asked to bowl the last. But you can see he's a quality bowler. He doesn't try to do too much with it. Just line and length, that's all he tries to do. And that one is the one I was talking about. With no third back there, there's always a chance that you're going to get the boundary. But I think this is where Malta, maybe at the moment they're thinking is that we don't mind, or we can afford maybe the odd boundary, but we'd rather have the fielder in that catching position, because you get another wicket here, especially that one of Arslan, then you feel that really you've got the game perhaps in the bag. But having said that, is Rupam Baru at the moment who's doing the scoring. He's moved to 20 of 11. Ahsan Amjad, like he did yesterday, he's just taking his time to get going. But when he can, and when he does click, he can make a difference. The rate now is, though, starting to get close to that 16 mark. End of the over, Jaswinder goes for 9 in that one with those 4 runs. 89 for 5. And now, what do they do here now at this end? It's going to be interesting. So we saw David Marks bowl well. Jaspal did get one, which probably was not the best. 13 came from it. So the second time we've had 13 from an over. The highest was 17, then 10. Here he comes again. And that's well bowled. Arslan. Sort of a bit of a nothing shot this from Arslan for me. Doesn't really commit to the shot, and if anything is a little bit late, the foot doesn't get across. They're the ones that Arslan, when he's in his prime form, he skips across and crashes over that long on boundary. All right, high in the air, catching opportunity. Jaspal wants it, and Jaspal will hold on to it. Caught and bowled by Jaspal, and Ahsan Amjad, his disappointing innings on this occasion comes to an end. It's the unlucky ball number 13 that will see the end of him. Caught and bowled, and Jaspal will pick up the wicket as he as he hugs his captain and says, "Told ya, believe in me." And that's the picture of a disappointed captain. He gets a little consolation tap on the arm as he sits back down. But there's a team there now that are probably feeling that unless something remarkable happens, that they're facing a defeat here. The problem is you're losing wickets at 6 down. There's no Stuart Hook, so I don't think he's going to bat. I think he definitely has injured his hand. And Marco Vake has come out. So I know Rupam's batting well, but one batter alone is not winning this match. Only a good partnership will. And if you get another couple of overs, I feel here, where they go at the kind of 8s and 9s, then that's going to put them too far behind for me. So Malta, the home side, after the disappointment of the last ball loss yesterday, are looking to come back here and win this T20 International Series. It's going to be too wide from Jaspal, which is a shame. There's a new batter out there. You want to make him play the first ball at least. This goes a little bit too wide. It's played nicely off his pads. Will get off the mark. Just be a single. Must admit, gonna miss the beautiful sounds of nature around this ground. There's always little moments when there's no horns, there's no sirens, and there's no nothing. And then you just hear birds, and it's like there's music to my ears. They're just chirping away, and they've got a little song going. That gets played down the ground. Will be just again another single. So I suppose the old saying goes, this is now Malta's to lose, really, isn't it? This over fizzling away pretty quickly. Just the one wide, one single, and a wicket from it. Ball to go. So 3 runs off the over rest. Looks like the umpire just helps out the batter with laces. Jaspal. It's played out, and it'll just be another solitary single. This match has already got to a point now where singles are not going to help you win it. So end of the over. And the thing is, they still got Varun Prasad and Priyan Pushparajan to bowl. And those two, I know Varun probably wasn't at his best yesterday, but Priyan certainly bowled pretty well. 92 for 6. And Jaswinder will continue with the ball. And just look at the scorecard. Stefan Gooch gave them hope at the beginning. I suppose the difference between that scorecard and the one from the one on Malta, the big difference is that partnership between Priyan and Rocky. And both batters were scoring. You saw that. You did see Steph score well, but he didn't get any support. The edge, and well stopped. They will get the single, but that's a good bit of fielding. So diving forward, I think in the end he sort of chests this down onto the ground, doesn't he? That's Priyan Pushparajan, and his name is in a Hall of Fame. There it is, 103 or 40. It's a day that he will remember forever. And when he's older, he'll be showing his friends, as that one's hit pretty well, but it's to the fielder. It's kind of been the story. That's been stopped there by Aldous Matthew. And there'll be a day when he's sitting with his grandchildren on his lap and he'll be saying, "This is me, kids. This is me at the Marseille International Cricket Ground, scoring my first T20 international century." And I can tell you, folks, it won't be his last. He's a tremendous player. I said at the start of today that there'll be maybe another star today. It could be Priyan. Well, not could be, it was. That's just been chipped in the air. I don't think it's going to be a catching chance. This is the only thing that, if I'm honest, that I would change in this field from Malta. I know Priyan is listening to me as I talk, and he was having a look at me when I was saying this earlier. I do think that they missed a trick by having a short mid-wicket. It's a lot of runs that can be saved there, but there's genuine catching opportunities. I do like the idea to pat the offside. That's hit beautifully. That's going to be 6 runs. Nobody is stopping that as Rupam Baru goes bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Nice shot. Well, I hope that Rupam just carries on going, and just his mindset is to stay out there and bat all the way through. And maybe finish with a good score to his name with that big 6, and brings up the 100 for Estonia. It's also the second 6 that he's hit, 2 6s and 2 4s. So a nice shot from him. There's Jaswinder, comes back to him again. There's that slower delivery. And Priyan will do the fielding. There he is, a little bit of rock and roll. Rock and roll Priyan as he makes a stop. The batters come back and run 2. Yeah, Pushparajan, dynamic batter, good hitter. Scores a century. He's first, and well, he converted his first international 50 to a century, and that's what good batters do. I said that at the time when he scored his 50 so early. I think he scored the 50 in about the 5th. I think in between the 5th and the 6th over probably. He scored very quickly. And then comes a throw. Well done. And then he did go on and score the century. Probably, I mean, look, it's quite understandable. He probably, a lot of people say he chewed up probably a few balls to get there. Yeah, I think so. I think he changed the way he was batting. He changed his mindset. But that's only understandable. You would expect that to happen. It's a big moment in a cricketer's career. That over goes for 12, despite that one big 6. 105 for 6. But yeah, we'll see many more from him, I'm sure. And Mahbub, well, let's talk a bit about Mahbub. It wasn't to be for him today. The big man, you can see there, running from left to right on your screens. I think Mahbub, I don't want to be unkind, but he knows that if he's going to play in more, there he is, Mahbub, he's going to play in more matches and T20 international matches now that he started. Remember, he starts with 2 50s and then he gets the golden. Oh, that's pretty high, but again, from this angle, we can't see exactly how high as it's. I think this is Jaspal who continues. Yes, it is. But yeah, I think Mahbub does have to work on his fitness, because I think if he's going to play in like a, ICC tournament, when you're going to be playing something like, 5 matches or so, then he's got to be fitter. Otherwise, he won't last the duration. And I think he knows that. And also, Malta wouldn't. You don't want to go to a big tournament with any sort of liabilities, if you like. He can be a liability in the field, and he's running between the wickets. But if he's at his best, then you definitely want him in your side, because he can be a game changer. And he showed that definitely in one of those matches yesterday, the first one. The second one, he did score another 50, but on that occasion, there were 3 50s also from Estonia. Stefan Gooch, Stuart Hook and Arthur Namjad, which helped them to pip them at the post. But it looks like Malta definitely going to bite back here now, as this game definitely is getting away from them. That's just a little bit too wide from Jaspal. I don't think Jaspal needs to be thinking about hiding the ball here now. I think you can bowl wicket to wicket. They're probably going to bowl him out, I would imagine. You don't have to use the likes of Varun and Priyan if you don't have to. And maybe even, it's another full toss. That gets hit pretty well and will go all the way for 6. So it's another Gandhi ball this time from Jaspal. But on this occasion, that full toss does get put away. And it's another good hit from Rupam Bura. I like this from Baru. At least he's not afraid to hit, but at the moment you can see they're kind of hitting one solitary boundary in the over, and they need to be hitting at least, well, you can see that Need to be hitting at least 3. They did start doing that though. Talked you through the over by over. Stats could be catchable. And it's, oh dear, that's an error from the fielder. He ran in here and then put himself in a position we couldn't take it now. I think that's the 3rd man that's in. Yeah, I think that's Nias Mohammed. Look where the ball bounces. I think it's probably gone for, is that gone for 4 or 6? Probably is 6 actually, but that's an opportunity to take the catch. He runs in, then allows the ball to go over his head. So it goes for 6, 120 comes up on the board. Well, that's another boundary, I suppose, in the over. 2 6s, 1 more 6. Well, that gets them the 18 they want. First over, there were 3 boundaries. Went for 17, Mahbub. He didn't bowl well at all in that one. And his second over was no better. He went for 2. David Marks in his first went for 2 boundaries. But didn't he come back well in that 4th? And that's where it all changed in that 4th over. Of course, that got that great wicket of Habib with that really spicy delivery caught by Rocky. Mahbub then targeted up with his next over. He didn't bowl the short ball again, only went for 6. And then from there on in, apart from that over, number 10 from Jaspal Wood went for 13. Nothing went double figures. But the last 2, well, Jaswinder went for 12. This one at the moment is on 15. So I'm liking the intent here from Rupam. Moves to 44. So he too now is eyeing up a half century of his own. And let's see if he can get there. Oh, he's hit that pretty well. And it's going to be another boundary. So this over gets the 3 boundaries that you wanted. So that's good. I like that from Rupam. And he's getting some good encouragement from his teammates to say, yeah, keep going. You never know. If somebody gets going, you never know. Now, Rupam Baru, he was, of course, out there when they won yesterday. He was there with Hassan. And just having a look, he has scored just saying, I don't want to confuse it with the T10s. No, this is his highest score by far. We saw him score 2 yesterday. That was on in his second match. Now he's eyeing up his first international T20 50. Let's see if he can get there, Rupam. And that'd be nice for him as well in only his 3rd match. So he's like some of the players we've already mentioned. Only started playing yesterday, so that'd be great for him. And also, maybe they haven't had a good look at what he can do, but from what I've seen already, he's definitely one you could have up a little bit higher up the order. Well, here he is, the Centurion, with the score 124 for 6. Going to be bowling to Marco here. Bowling over number 15. And just gets played away, so Marco, they're thinking about 2. Oh, he could be gone here. He will be gone. Oh no, disaster. Disaster. Well, he's down and he's out. Rocky has thrown the sucker punch. And Rupam is on the deck. And he's down there for the count of 10. Rocky strikes. Let's see this again. Rocky strikes. Down he goes. There's Rocky. And he's well short, and down goes Rupam. He sees the finger go up from the umpire, and unfortunately Rupam Baru, who was destined to get his first half century in T20 internationals, is going to fall agonizingly close. 48. There was just that little bit of uncertainty, but he will be the top scorer in the innings. Oh, that's such a pity. It really is such a shame. He deserved it. And you can see he gets sent back because Marco doesn't move. I mean, Marco, mate, I have to say, you got to go there. He's the only man who's giving you a slim chance of winning the match. I think you got to give up your wicket and say, all right, hey, you know what? Come on, I'm going to go. I'm going to make sure we cross, so I'm the one out, not you. Rupam gets run out, and it's Aldos who gets the throw in to the keeper. And now Aditya Paul comes out. Of course, the thing is here, remember that the way things are going here, we may not even see Stuart Hook come out to bat. He's definitely hurt his hand quite badly, otherwise we would have seen him for sure. That just gets played away. They do take on the... Well, Rocky this time dances out the way of this one. I think Rocky's been hit here. What's happened to Rocky now? Well, now Rocky is down. Well, Rocky, earlier he had to roop him down on the deck. Now Rocky gets a bang to the chest. Have a look at this. He dances out the way of it, and boom! Ay, mere shati de lagi. Sata lagi. Rocky is down. And there comes the count. Uno, dos, tres. I think it's just the initial discomfort and pain from it. It's never nice. I mean, he's got that in the chest. You can see he's moving. The hands are moving. He's all right. You always see this from the players. They think that if you lift the legs up, it always does the trick. I'd love to know what the medical advice is on this. But well, we saw Rocky doing the knockout blow earlier, and this time he's the one who's being knocked out, but by his own teammate. There's that one back. You can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to do the matrix move and let that ball go past him, but it bounces up. It catches him on the chest, and down goes Rocky, but he is up again. That's good. He gets knocked down, but he does get up again. And Priyan goes back to doing the bowling. Priyan Pushparajan. Bowling now again to Marco. Yeah, look, don't want to be too unkind to Marco Vake, but I think probably the right thing to do there would have been to run now. Not sure what's going on here now. Look, looks like, oh, I think the medic left something behind, which I think Marco has passed back on to the medic, who now merrily goes back to a mark. Gone! Aye, aye, aye! Ginna Sora Jalebi delights from Priyan. He can do no wrong today. Priyan Pushparajan takes a one-handed jalebi catch. Oh, you beauty. Oh, you beauty. I देख लो ना, मैं तो कितनी बारी किया ना, जलेबियाँ खाया करो, हाथ चिप चिप कर दे था, इधर ना catch फॉर हो जाता. Jalebi time, everybody. Jalebi time, and I think it will be Malta that will be eating the jalebis and the laddus and the barfis, because they will be celebrating tonight. Pretty sure of that, as Marco Vake now will go. Disappointment for him. 6 of 7. Caught and bowled by Priyan. Well, I said that Priyan will be showing these kind of highlights to his kids. Then, of course, to his grandchildren. Well, you might as well add this to it as well. Jalebi catch, beautifully done. Well, how about that? Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic from Priyan. Estonia 126 now for 8, as I think we probably got the last batter in. I think another wicket here now is all done and dusted. That one gets dug out to Vislapu. Comes out there. Slower. Asking the question. And that's given. He's out. That is going to be given, and I think that could be it. I'm seeing to see if there's another batter padded. Yes, there is. There is another batter padded. Priyan gets another. It's going to be LBW. It's the 3rd wicket to fall in the over. There was the run out. Just a slower delivery. Just have a look at this. Does he get any bat on it? I think, you know what? Oh, it's hard to say. I think he might get a bit of bat on that. I don't want to be guessing from up here. Okay, Vispalu was going to go for a 2-ball duck. Is there bat there? Is there not? Only the umpire can see that, is all I'm going to say. Wicket to wicket, the umpire is in the right spot. That's umpire Sunil. He believes that ball is hitting the pad and not the bat first. So Stewart, he does come out. He comes out at number 11. And that's very, very brave of Stewie. I think he's probably going to be batting just one hand. Look at the way he's holding his hand. He's going to be batting one-handedly here. And you've got to admire the courage from Stuart Hook. Remember, he made a cracking stop in the cover, short cover, and he got one right on his thumb. And that's why he hasn't come out earlier. Priyan bowling the last of his first. Just going to get, look at it. Yeah, let's look at that. I mean, it's he takes the hand away from this. This is... that's the over, isn't it? Yeah, that's the over. So at least he's not going to be on strike here, Stewart. It's brave, But, you know, is it advisable? I don't think it is really. End of the over, 126 after 15 overs. So only the 2 runs off that one, but 3 wickets fall. Pushparajan takes 2 of them. There was that run out in there as well. So it will be Malta who will win this T20 International Series. Remember that we did say that in the rankings they were probably they were behind where Estonia were. I think Estonia were ranked around 61. Malta were, I think, 77, so 16 places down the rankings. So to beat a team that's above you, that's going to serve Malta really well. And probably not going to do too much good for Estonia, of course. Gets played away, hesitation, stay there. Of course, Stuart Hood doesn't want to, I mean, you can see Stewie, I was going to say he probably doesn't want to go on strike, but he's probably also saying to Aditya Paul, hey, look, that's just there. We don't want to run to that. There's Varun Prasad, the captain. Be quite fitting, really, if Varun picks up the wicket. It'll be the captain finishing things off here. But if we have a look at the whole tour, this international tour in total, is that what gets played away? You should probably be looking for 2 here, actually, just to keep Stewie off strike. Yeah, so if you look at the whole tour in general, first those ECIs, I mean, Malta demolished Estonia, and in fact Estonia were very lucky to even get a point on the board. I mean, I know the point doesn't matter, but they lost 5-0 with a whitewash. They lost the first of the T20s yesterday. And they came back well in, that's probably it, is it? And there's celebrations, and that is it. Didn't quite see the decision from the umpire, but it must have been given, and it's done. And here's the final wicket. It will be a nice catch there taken by Rocky. I think the umpire just nods and says, yeah, you hit this. I don't know if we see the finger actually going up there. Maybe the batter knew. The umpire sort of says yes. The batter then, I think the umpire, Vinay Malhotra, just giving the batter the chance to say, yeah, you snicked it. You want to walk? He says, all right, then I'll go. But yes, the joy. Malta victorious. And Imran Amir didn't have the best of matches, but he's still standing there with his hands held aloft. He and Mahbub Ali would get golden ducks. Rocky Dinesh is coming out onto the field of play to congratulate. He didn't play in this one. Sorry, not Rocky Dinesh, Darshit Patang. We saw him play 2 yesterday, but it didn't really quite click. But yeah, brilliant. And there's Priyan, of course. He's getting all the hugs. But what about that spell from David Marks? Don't forget that. His bowling was absolutely scintillating. It really was. He bowled with pace and he bowled with passion. Picked up 2 for 25. Malta in this one, they just were too good. It could have been worse for Estonia. They could have been chasing something in the region of 270, but credit to them. The way they came back in the last 10 overs was quite brilliant. I think the bowling from Aditya Paul and also from Ali Masood, they took 5 wickets between them and gave away less than 50 runs. You know, there were good signs there for Estonia, but unfortunately with the batting it just didn't work. But this bit of bowling, this spell from David Marks, even though his first one wasn't the best one for 13, but the way he came back was great. Stefan Gooch was once again holding the fort for his side, playing some really good shots and just putting away the bad balls really. But there was first that run out of the Habib, a really good pick up and throw. And when he was gone, that was Ali Masood actually who went with Jamshid. Habib was caught by Rocky of that absolute spicy delivery from David Marks. Then it's Sahil Chauhan, who just never really got going in this tour at all. You could see that he is very rusty. They've had a long winter there in Estonia, and they need to probably spend a bit more time out there in the middle to start to be playing the kind of cricket that we know that they can. It was Surjay Patel. He was firing the arrows, and no archers here today, but we had Surjay Patel. And Arslan Amjad, he just wanted things to happen. Yesterday it would, but today, when he's tried to lash out in anger, he gives the opportunity, and it's a good cordon bowl there taken by Jaspal. And then that was the one that really hurts you, because Rupam, we thought he was going to give us at least some highlights for Estonia, getting his first international 50. But then there was another highlight for Priyam Pushparajan as he just plucks that from the sky, a jalebi catch from him. And then right there, the LBW, was there bat, was there not? The umpire says there wasn't LBW. And then the final wicket was that of Aditya, who edges one into the gloves of Rocky. And it would be Varun Prasad, the captain, who would finish things off. Estonia being bowled out in the 16th over, 128 all out. And they get, I think, only one way to describe that, a pretty good hiding there from Malta. Malta, they'll be absolutely delighted. Remember, Maltese cricket, they're turning things around a bit here. And the ECC, the Challenger Division, didn't go well for them. And they needed to start to make a change. They needed to start to make, not just themselves, but people in the cricketing community believe that they are a team that can come back. They are a team that can be competitive. They are a team that can beat better teams. And they showed that here, didn't they? Not just in the T10 format, but also in the T20 format as well. So congratulations to them. Congratulations to their captain, Varun Prasad. I mean, he's got a good team with him as well. I know that Jagath Purna, who we saw play magnificently in the T10, the ECIs, he's also part of their coaching staff, and he certainly did put a very good effort in with all the boys as well. So they're training hard, they're working hard. Some changes there. Of course, some regular faces not in the side. No Basil George. I know that I was told there by Jagath that he does have a bit of a shoulder injury, so they're waiting for that to recover. So that's why he's not played here today. So even with some big guns not in the side, they do put a very good performance in. So well done to Malta. I'll take the opportunity to invite you into the commentary cage for the last time on this occasion here in Malta. And what a blast that we've had. It's been an absolute thrilling time. Really good. Started with, of course, the European Cricket Series, and that was fantastic, wasn't it, with Sweetie United being the winners. But we saw then in that spring series that some of the players that we were going to see in this series, and we were excited, especially for the ECIs. We know that Jagat Pune was going to play. We know that Priyam would be there, Mahboob would be there, and Jaspal Singh. All of these guys that we saw in the ECIs, and they came good for Malta, didn't they, in the ECIs, and even the likes of Jaswinder Singh, really liking him as a bowler, by the way. And then in the T20 International, no Jagath in there, but Mahboob Ali coming in, Priyam Pushparajan coming into that side, Darshit Patanka in there as well. So, like I said, good things happening for Maltese cricket, and they get a series win here at home against Estonia, and I think that is really big for them. You can tell that from their reaction. So, yeah, it's been great to see. It's been great to be here again once at the Marsa International Cricket Ground. And I know that I just want to say on behalf of Tina, I know that she was talking to me last night when we were having 1 or 2 glasses of Sauvignon Blanc, of course, on World Sauvignon Blanc yesterday. She was saying to me she's really enjoyed the time here. She's enjoyed the cricket. And, of course, we had really good weather as well. So, from behalf of Tina, she wanted to make sure that I say a very big thank you on her behalf to all of you around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And from me and from Tina, and I think from the whole of the ECN crew, I want to say a very big thank you to the Federation of Cricket Malta, and also to, of course, this Marsa Sports Complex for once again hosting us. It really is a top world-class venue. Big thank you to all the helpers that we've had here. Also, big thank you to the umpires. We've seen some local umpires in the spring series, and also in the ECIs. We've seen some ICC umpires here as well. So big thank you to the umpires. A big thank you to Tyrone Peters, who was, of course, leading those umpires for the European Cricket Network. Well done to the Blue Crew. But, of course, most importantly, I want to thank all of you at home or wherever you're watching from around the world. I know there's a lot of cricket going on at the moment on the European Cricket Network, and I want to thank you for your time spent watching this series here in Malta, not just the ECSs, the ECIs, but, of course, the T20 internationals as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for making the time that we've had here in Malta so pleasurable and so enjoyable. So it's time to say goodbye, but remember, the cricket does continue on the European Cricket Network. There's action happening in Jersey as we speak. And I think we're sort of in that third match at the moment, Eastern Royals and Western Towers. Match number 13, strange things happen in match number 13. I think it was match number 13 here. Actually, that was the golden ball, so maybe they'll get a golden ball there. But then after that, 2 more matches there. Then we'll do it in the night time in Belgium when it's the night crew, the night shift, as Hassel take on Bevan. Of course, that could make a change to the top of the standings there. And then tomorrow, of course, in the morning, it's back to Jersey. You'll see me again in Estonia. I'll have a bit of a time off. And then, of course, you'll see Tina there at Landskrona in Sweden. These are the matches coming up tomorrow. So not only do you have the matches we've said already that are happening there today, but a big day tomorrow. And maybe the Spitfires, well, they'll have to come good one day because they did go down in their last match. So I know we got some highlights that are planned for you. But before then, remember, as I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. And until the next time, until Estonia. Bye-bye.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my body move my body.